Yeah.
Can I have a little bit of that?
Really?
Just on my finger.
Wow, that seems
You hurt
like
this?
against everything that you stand for. I'm
have a
so
lot of
shocked.
practice.
I'm so shocked right now. Wow. You must be feeling close to me.
Everyone.
I'd like to call this a work session for the town of Breckenridge. Wow, that's really echoey. To order for the 12th of July, 2021. We begin with planning commission decisions. Questions? Oh, it's the 13th. It updated on the 12th. That's what that said. This month is flying by. Yep. Any questions on either of the approved?
No questions.
All good? Right, it is quiet. What's the deal? Legislative review, and we do not have Tim Berry today, who is away, but Rick is here. But I feel like We're driving a race car with no seatbelts.
Yeah.
Tim is not around. So, and Jeffrey's on fire today, so get ready.
Watch out.
In floodplain ordinance 7721, second reading.
Thanks. Can you hear? Yeah. Okay, this is second reading on a minor amendment to the code that would change the way we measure building height in the floodplain, particularly in the areas near McKean and Block 11. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago, and essentially what it will do is the measurement for distance, or excuse me, for building height will be from essentially the finished grade, that grade that's required to get the building out of the floodplain. So right now, projects are a little bit penalized by, if they're in the floodplain, they may already have to get up so high or, put so much fill, which reduces the building height when you measure it to a lower grade. So glad to answer any questions.
Thanks, Mark. Questions? Everybody understand this one? All right, we're good for second reading. Thank you, Mark. Ordinance housing COPs 61721. Hello, Leslie.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. So this is the second reading of an ordinance that would authorize the issuance of certificates of participation for the purpose of paying for the construction of a Block 11 affordable housing project. COPs are municipal debt, much like municipal bonds, although the structure of this arrangement is slightly different. The purpose of this ordinance is to set some parameters based upon the information that we've received from our bond counsel, Butler Snow, and our underwriter, Steeple. Some of those parameters include the principal amount of the base rentals cannot exceed $10 million, and the maximum amount of interest cannot exceed 3% per annum.
Questions? Everybody good with this one? All right, thank you.
I'll see you in a moment.
Excellent. We got an update to the National Electrical Code Ordinance 7621.
All right. I would like to introduce Dennis Schultz. He's our building inspector 3. Dennis has been on for 8 months maybe now on staff, and maybe some of your first time to meet him. Dennis is a licensed master electrician, which has been very appreciated in terms of having an electrician on staff in our building department. So Dennis is going to go over the changes proposed here.
Currently, we're on the 2017 NEC. The state of Colorado adopts every 3 years the new one, which is the 2020. We then have 1 year to adopt it as a city or town. So we need to adopt the 2020 NEC National Electric Code. Some of the major components of that are exterior disconnects for like a house will be required. In the old days, you could just pull the meter if you were a firefighter to shut off the power. Now they're requiring an actual disconnect on the outside. 240 volt units outside or in wet areas are going to need GFCI protection, which is ground fault circuit interrupters. Those are the little test reset buttons you see in your kitchens and baths. So they're expanding that to take care of larger loads and take care of anything that's going to be dangerous to servicemen that are working on the equipment. And then the other big one is surge protection. When you upgrade your panel or your service, that's going to require whole house surge protection. Usually it's built into your electric panel. So that's going to help with any lightning hits, any type where you fry all your electronics. That's going to help with that kind of stuff. But all the new electric panels that are coming out on the market now have those built in. So that won't be too much of a burden on the electricians.
Thanks,
Those-
Dennis.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Yeah, I got a couple. Would you say anything with a wet environment? Like everything's wet here in the winter, right?
Yes, true. So the NEC is very specific in what it has to handle. It's kitchens within 6 feet of the sink, bathrooms.
So it's inside.
Garages, yes, but also on the exterior. So you already have GFCI protection on heat tape that's outside. So this would be if you had outside air conditioner, which we don't have very many of those here, but Down in Denver, they'd have that. Or like your dryer, if you have a mop sink or a wet sink, laundry sink in your laundry, you'd need protection on that larger unit.
Okay, and the second question is, would you recommend some of these, any home that's, not even that old, like say 20 years old, upgrade to these standards for safety, or is it?
Sure. GFCI, the ground fault circuit interrupters, is a life safety thing. It's saved tens of thousands of lives from being electrocuted. You think about you're in your kitchen and someone is in the sink working, and the current happens to short to them if they happen to work with a toaster and they got wet hands or whatever. So in bathrooms, in tubs, those real rules have been required for years and years, and they've saved a lot of people's lives. So this is just expanding this a little bit more. I don't know that it's, you don't hear about a lot of air conditioner technicians getting electrocuted, but this is what it's going to save.
Oh,
It's
so as
something
far
like
as residential, the people living in. Already have
You
them?
already have them in your
Oh.
house. Yes, most houses, most condos, anything built since '82 has had some form of GFCI.
Okay.
This is in case you drop your hair dryer in the bathtub
Oh,
and you're in it.
While you're watching TV in the bathtub.
while I'm making toast?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, cool, man, thanks.
Any other questions? I'm assuming we won't really get any pushback on this from the building community. They're expecting this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. And Dennis, welcome. I know we haven't seen you yet,
Yeah.
but I have.
I've met you.
Yeah.
Met a couple of guys.
For doing what you do.
It'd be good to have someone your size in case we have to fight Frisco.
That's right. Get a basketball team put together.
Yeah.
I'm 5'8".
Lily's here. She's listening to you. Thanks, Mark. All right, we have Bolt STR noise memo and ordinance. And
I'll just
yes.
stay here. So Mayor and Council, what we have found now that we've been having more STR violations and potential hearings is that our ordinance as it relates to noise violations for STRs is difficult for us to prove. And we expected that there would be some changes that would be necessary as we move forward on this, but as I noted in the memo, we'd like to make some changes to make it easier for us to prove noise violations. So removing the connection to our disorderly conduct ordinance and the existing noise ordinance, which requires sorry, it's a little tight in here.
Speaking of noise,
A decibel reading. We would like to take out the language that I noted in the memo and replace it with simple language that would allow the hearing officer to determine what is unreasonable, taking into consideration the time of day and the location of the noise as it relates to the complainant. I'm happy to answer any questions, and as the expected hearing officer, I'm sure Rick could answer any questions you might have as well.
oh,
I wonder if it would be helpful to not, I mean, obviously not in the ordinance, but as a communication to STR owners of some examples so that it doesn't feel so big. Yeah, exactly. Just to say like, hey, here's an example, Sally, at a party at 11 o'clock at night.
Right.
And her neighbors could hear it, something, I don't know, some kind of,
Probably number one example
Examples.
would be hot tub.
yeah, exactly. Just so that there's some guidance to owners so that it doesn't feel so
Good idea.
out there. Thank you.
do a little cartoon PSA for us.
Yeah, exactly.
Other questions for Shannon?
Those lines, I know this is separate from the ordinance. I think the ordinance is great, but is the penalty system clear too? Or do we need to push that out? Or what is our penalty system
I-
right now for
I
an
believe that
infringement?
I believe it's clear. I don't know, Leslie may know better than I do exactly what that is.
In the ordinance, there's a table and there's a recommended violations based on, whether it's your first or second violation. And generally that involves the ability to suspend their license or a fine up to that. And it's really dependent. So keep in mind, these are not the type of violations that end up in a municipal or criminal court. They're a civil process, an administrative hearing. There's less of a burden of proof that you have to have for that. But Yeah. I think the violations are probably sufficient, and there's some flexibility in what you can do with those.
But they escalate with the number of offenses, which I think is good, because really, somebody makes a mistake, they make a mistake, but as it happens, continues to recur, becomes a real impact.
Our
to life.
practice has always been to, and it's still written in there, to issue a warning, a written warning, or and we follow up. And Bella's really good at following up on complaints that come into the hotline to understand more about it the next day and those things. Obviously, that night, we want the responsible agent to come take care of the problem and address it, but this is just one step, right? Trevor's trying to look at some things that that will make it easier for us to address.
Certainly don't have to go into it now, but I for one would look at or talk about making the punitive results more robust down the road, just to, perhaps as a deterrent. First offense, one thing, but repeat offenders, you're screwing with people's lives.
Yeah, let
The neighborhood.
let us get this ironed out. Let us look at some of the other things we have going on, and then let's make sure that we're,
I just think more than a penalty too, loss of license really
Yeah.
needs to happen at some point for some of these real repeat
Yeah.
offenders.
Oh,
That's just how it's gonna have to be.
$200 fine is not.
Yeah, $200 fine, that is nothing. And if you look at where most of our problems are, it's mostly in the bigger, more than 4-bedroom. $200 fine is nothing when they're charging more than that a night. So
Take it out of their deposit.
that's exactly right.
Yeah. And so is all this handled without police? It's just like the complaint line and then
Can be.
It can be both too, depending on circumstances. And sometimes folks will call the police instead of calling the hotline or vice versa.
Yeah, if it's egregious, you could end up with a criminal
Mhm.
summons too.
All right.
That's our best evidence when the police show up.
I think this is a good improvement, and we'll need to keep looking at it. I agree with you.
All right. Thank you, Shannon.
Start.
Wellington Bonus Room Development Agreement, first reading. That's
Mayor and Town Council. This agenda item before you tonight is going to be a first reading for a development agreement between the town and the property owners at 63 Bridge Street in Wellington. The property owners at 63 Bridge Street have applied for a development agreement, which is concerning a bonus room addition to their existing home. The bonus room would be above the garage off the alley. And their ask is essentially because they would be over density in mass with the addition. So to completely, to go above the garage in its totality, that would bring it over the density in mass by density by 179 square feet and mass by 343 square feet. And with that development agreement, then they would need exemptions for policy 2 under the land use guidelines, which they would otherwise fail. Exempt the policy 3, which is regard to the points on density, and exempt policy 4 mass, again, with regards to negative points. And then they are also requesting that the town transfer 0.18 SFEs of mass to the property. And to also allow for a modification to their sales price. So currently we have a 10% capital improvement increase allowed at time of sale from the initial sale price. And this would increase it by $50,000 or 50% of the cost of the bonus room, whichever is less. They are also asking for a waiver of various fees in the process. And in return for that, the applicant would agree to enter into a restrictive covenant and agreement requiring the bonus room to be rented and occupied by a qualified occupant for monthly rental to individuals earning 80% AMI. So that would essentially be restricting the rental rate. And therefore, they'd also have to work 30 hours or more in the community, or 15 hours if over age 55 or greater, to a business serving Summit County. I do want to make a correction to page 40 of your packet. In there, it has a price of $117,000 for the SFE cost value that the town would transfer. That's incorrect. It's $17,828. So that would be the SFE transfer value. So this is up for your first reading tonight. So we're just here to answer any questions and let you guys discuss.
Julia, can we make a clarification? Did you
Yeah.
state that the restricted covenants would ensure that it is rented to people at 80% AMI? It's my understanding that we're capping the rent at 80% AMI and we're not doing income restriction.
That's correct. There's no income cap on the unit. It's just that the rate, the rental rate will be restricted to be affordable to 80% AMI. That's right. And I think that's what the development agreement says.
I think that's how
The
I read
memo
it.
is a little bit different.
Remind me, with this deed restriction, and maybe this is forward thinking as if we have the staff, does it have to be filled?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The goal of this, the reason that we're considering these concessions is because that we're gaining an employee unit. And it's not a normal bonus room. Normal bonus room can be just an extra room in the house or above your garage. This will have to be occupied, it'll have to be occupied by a qualified occupant.
Lori, is this the standard deed restriction for 55 and over?
Yeah, basically the, to be a qualified occupant, you either need to be working 30 hours a week. But if you're over, I think it's 55, you can reduce that to 15 hours a week. And then at age 62, if you've occupied that unit for 7 consecutive years, then you can retire fully. So that would apply here. So
Okay, that's the
So-
language I was looking for. And so that's after that 62.
I'm reading H and I think, well, I know for sure that it says affordable to individuals earning 80% or less of the applicable AMI. So can we just make sure that the rent is actually capped and that we're not saying the wrong thing? Because I read it the same way that Julia described it, and I really want that rent to be capped.
Yeah.
And then additionally, I didn't see anything in here that said they would be required to adopt the new deed restriction on their own home. And I think we should do that because you guys want that new deed restriction. So it simplifies. So I just think if we're gonna be making these concessions, that it makes sense. The new deed restriction is not, it's a great thing.
Right.
It's not worse for the owner. And so,
no, in this case, this is the second phase of Wellington deed restriction, so it's fairly close to our current deed restriction.
but I thought there was also like there's also the town can view the house before to make sure that everything's in working condition.
Condition at prior
I
to
think we
sale.
should, like I think we should just incorporate that whole thing into this.
Okay.
I agree because this is going to set precedent for more to come.
Yeah.
What about parking? What about parking, Laurie? Is that addressed in
It's
this?
not a requirement of a bonus room. And so it's not a requirement of this application. I think they're working to try to figure out what they're gonna do about parking, but as far as I know, it's not a requirement.
What is the parking situation right now for this unit, for this property?
So they have a 2-car garage. And I don't believe there's any additional area to add a parking space.
And
So
that's
the
for both
surface-
sides of the duplex. The 2-car is shared by,
No.
No.
that's
No.
just for
It's
their
just for
side.
this one,
Okay.
yeah.
Add in addition to the garage?
There's no room for a pad on this duplex lot. So in the Wellington neighborhood, ADUs that are associated with market rate units, they are required to have a parking pad if they build an ADU. A bonus room is not required to provide a parking space. We changed that with Lincoln Park because of some things that came up. So
So why, I am very confused, like the bonus room. I thought that was like literally a room above the garage with no bathroom, no kitchen, nothing.
now you can have a bathroom and some other facilities. What you can't have in it is like a stove oven. You can have a microwave, you can have a refrigerator, a bathroom, just not that stove piece of it.
Okay.
We have a lot of bonus rooms that are rented out.
Yeah, I
They're
have
not
one. I
full
just don't understand
ADUs,
this terminology.
But they are rented out and they were,
You have a stove.
because they don't have.
We got a stove, we got a, no, I'm just, we do.
Situation with units above garages, does it vary from market rate to
Yes.
deed restricted? And so could you run through the situation with
It
these?
does.
Is there a price cap or?
So, yeah, these limited bonus room allowances are for deed restricted units that build above their garage, and the market rate units are allowed per the master plan to have, a stove, top oven, everything in the market rate units. And those would be ADUs, and they're charged appropriately as well.
So those are not deed restricted.
Correct.
Okay.
For the bonus rooms, we don't have any rental cap
Okay.
under the deed restriction. So a lot of people do have bonus rooms that they rent out, or they rent out a room in their house. We treat that exactly the same, and there's not a rental cap within the standard covenant. There will be, because of this development agreement, an 80% rental cap.
How many more of these do you think there possibly could be?
Handful, maybe?
Handful.
We just need to make sure that we get everything correct so that we treat everybody the same.
For the mass, would we take that from like the bank and extinguish it, or is that just coming out of thin air?
No, it can't come out of thin air for the jump plan. So we would take it from our town,
Okay,
transfer it specifically to that property.
Okay.
So you would see it before you again if that gets approved.
great.
I think another question for you when considering this is what you might see is people that have already built a bonus room and they're coming in trying to get the allowance for the additional up to 50,000 on a resale.
But if they adopt the rent cap and the new regulations, I feel like that's worth it.
I do too, as long as they don't wait till a month before they sell it. Because then they haven't had a rent cap for very long.
Oh.
But they are
It moves with the
reselling it.
property.
But they
Yeah.
are
Would go with the
reselling it
property.
with it, so maybe that's not a big concern, but I agree, if they upgrade because it's a little tighter restriction on the employment
Mhm.
with the new one also. It needs to serve Summit County. And so I think if they updated that restriction and did the rent cap at 80% or less, then yeah.
I think we could also put some kind of time frame on this too, for the 50% or 50,000. You could say that's available for the next.
Maybe we offer it out there and get people to do it so we
No.
can get some,
It's
and we have
5
to
years and then after that.
maybe
it's
there's a
20,000.
process to do it a little easier instead of every one of them being a developer.
That's what I wondered as well.
What is the HOA? What I worry about is if a handful of people that do it down the road and there's no parking, no availability to add parking to accommodate that unit, will that crowd up the neighborhood?
It's
as far
already
as-
such a mess.
So it's,
Well, I say that jokingly. I mean, I think everybody, we've met with them. There are things they're looking at to try to address it. You have kids that are aging and driving. That's a factor. You have people that are storing their toys, which is a factor. There's a lot of things contributing to that. Is 5 units doing this? The majority of the ones that probably have a bonus room, probably have a pad next, because there's not very many bonus rooms on duplexes, I don't think, to my knowledge. And so most of the, the single families have a pad next to their two-car garage.
Yeah. Right.
Lori, how much are the fees? For number 6, waiver of the following fees.
Oh, the fees are
Not including this.
probably in the $10,000 to $13,000 range,
Total? In my place.
probably on the low end. Yes.
Which is a fairly standard concession on workforce housing. So.
Okay.
Anything else?
Fine with me, yeah.
We're good with this tonight?
So, okay, this might be a dumb question. Well, you know how we had this conversation, what was it, last meeting about ADUs in the Wellington? How does this vary from that?
Because it's a bonus room, not an ADU.
This is a bit- Okay. So because of hot plates or because of the kitchen?
ADUs are on market.
Yeah, but I think where it does come into play is we are working to seek solutions for opportunities and not allowing, obstacles to get in our way. So we have somebody that wants to build a workforce housing unit. They have an obstacle. We said, let's figure out a way to make this happen. We know we've had other people. I mean, we've been talking with people like
Yeah.
Elizabeth, right, for over a year that say, hey, I want to do this, but I got to be able to recoup some money and blah, blah, blah. And so we're trying to figure out how to make it happen and not, remove any obstacles. That's
Yeah.
what we're trying to do.
I just think, I don't know. I feel like this is a good idea. I also think that the ADUs are a good idea. And I think if parking is the big hurdle, I wonder if we just have a conversation about that. If there's any land like around Wellington or whatever, and we can charge or just bringing it up. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really pertain to tonight's.
No, it
discussion.
does. No, and I get that. I mean, but parking did come up, so.
That comes up every
yeah.
year or so, we talk about the ADU.
And if we're gonna see more of these, I mean, the other thing is too, if we see, even if it's 5 or whatever, I mean, we can see this issue coming and we want this to happen, right? We want more deed restrictions and it's already in a neighborhood anyway. I think we could talk about it in the future.
We are talking about with them. I'll just tell you, they'd love to have that area of land that was donated to us for a childcare center at the bottom. They'd love to turn it into a dirt parking lot. And I don't think, and I'm saying, no, that's not the way to go right now.
Sure,
So
yeah.
we're not gonna have just overflow dirt parking lot at the bottom of the neighborhood. So
HOA
there's-
would love that. Is that what you're saying?
There's,
That's, I just feel like there's
there-
lots of different
Yeah.
strategies to do this. And
Mhm.
I think it's
There
really
are some permit systems they're looking at where if you demonstrate a need, right? And you're not losing space because of, you have your camper parked there or something like that, but you have a 17-year-old that's now driving and you need the space. They're looking at having some sort of a lottery for certain permits that could be allowed to use the guest parking overnight, things like that. So.
That'd be an HOA issue that we don't.
Yeah,
wouldn't
no,
mess
we
with
don't get
that.
involved,
Yeah.
with that, other than letting them, like on Bridge Street, some of that is town right away. We
Right.
said, we're fine if you use
Right.
that off-street parking, so.
I mean, I think if the HOA comes up with a solution to parking, then I think we would talk far more seriously about ADU.
I
We
think so
just, I
too.
mean, it's better if the solution comes from them as opposed to from us.
I think it
Agreed.
helps both.
Most of what.
Hey, Lori, number 5, allow maximum capital improvement to increase from 10% of initial sales price. What does that do to the next person that's going to buy this house?
Well.
Does it take it out of the affordability range?
Not really. I mean, these, this unit was purchased at a very affordable price in 2015. And it's in the second phase, so they've used up all of the 10% capital improvement. That's gone.
Just 7 years?
That was used by the previous owner when they built the garage.
Got it.
So when the current owner bought it, they already paid the capital improvement that person was able to recoup. And so, their appreciation is going to be basically 3% a year plus up to $50,000, depending on how much they spend on this bonus room. It's definitely most likely, depending on what the interest rates are at the time that they sell. It might be higher than the 100% AMI that it initially was targeting. But so much of the affordability really depends on the rates in place at the time that you
Right.
buy it. So, say this unit goes from what they paid up to maybe 425, 435-ish. You know, it's still affordable for what it is. It's a 3-bedroom unit with an apartment.
Right.
Which is
Yeah,
the
won't
income
the
from the
lender,
apartment.
yeah, won't the lender
Income.
also
Yeah.
consider the income from the
Yeah,
apartment?
absolutely.
Yeah.
I think
so-
it'll still be a very affordable unit, whether it's exactly the 100% range that it was initially. More of the creep is associated with real estate commission and stuff that we're going to eliminate with the new covenant or minimize with the new covenant. So, all in all, I think, it's going to be affordable. It might be slightly above the 100% that it initially targeted.
But there's a chance that it could actually be more affordable with
Yeah.
the income
I
from the bonus.
totally
rent.
agree, Erin. The
With the
monthly
income.
payment will be more
Yeah.
affordable. I mean, my family has experienced that. So, I mean, it is gonna be a bigger chunk of money that they're, I guess, need to come up with for a down payment,
Mhm.
which
Yeah.
is definitely difficult, but their monthly mortgage payment will be less.
Which is huge, which is actually helpful, like way more than the garage,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
'Cause
Oh,
it's-
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
because you
Yeah.
can't make money off of that unless you're renting.
How long they own it, I think, at some point it'll, if it sells in the next, 5 years or so, it's gonna be in the 440-ish, 445, 450, and that's very affordable for a 3-bedroom with an apartment.
Right now it is.
It's great to hear that price creep isn't an issue and ultimately it's not costing town much, like waiving fees, a little bit of density to permanently have a rental. I mean, average cost of a bedroom housing helps is almost 80,000.
Mhm.
Like we're not
Yeah.
anywhere near that high. So I think it accomplishes some of our goals.
Yeah.
Other question? No? Good. We'll see this tonight. Thanks, Karen. We have supplemental budget appropriation for the COP's resolution.
Hello again. Resolution, if adopted, would amend the town's 2021 budget by adding supplemental appropriations to the budget that was adopted by council in November of 2020. For 2021, the additional appropriations that are presented in this resolution relate to the financing authorized by the COP ordinance that we just discussed, as well as the construction expense of those Block 11 apartments. There are a couple of things I'd like to note about the dollar amounts that are included in the resolution. This resolution does contemplate spending the entirety of the contingency in addition to the expected COP funded spending. So we don't expect that to happen. However, we also don't wish to underspend the amount that we're borrowing, so we'll likely be somewhere in between those two numbers. This resolution also contemplates a worst case scenario regarding interest rates, and it includes an amount of interest that's greater than what we actually envision paying when we close those certificates of participation in September. And lastly, our first payment of principal and interest will be due in December of 2021.
All right, questions? What do we think the rate will be?
Or under.
It includes 3.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
A bit of legislation this evening, resolution to adopt Blue River proven IGA with the Colorado Department of Transportation. Hello, Shannon.
Mayor and council.
We had them here and talked about a while ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago that
We're really nice to them about it. It was before
Mhm.
COVID, yeah.
River had some edits to the IGA that took a while to get through their attorneys. So I think everybody is generally familiar with an access control plan is from those presentations with CDOT. So this resolution is to adopt that IGA.
Questions?
Does any staff have concerns with this, the PD or engineering or anybody?
I don't think so. It's very minor, our involvement. It's just the Boreas Pass intersection, and then it moves south through the town of Blue River into Summit County.
I heard the number one time, isn't it like 100 or more accesses through Blue River on Highway 9?
There's a bunch.
Yeah.
Single family homes along Highway 9 have their own access point, so.
Will never happen.
All right, thank you. Okay, we move to public projects update. You might as well just stay
I
seated.
was planning on it. Just gotta get down to that memo.
Questions?
Yeah, the time looks crazy.
Wow, yeah. Awesome.
Okay, sorry, there we go, the Tarn.
Is it, have you walked around there? And is it solid?
Oh, I wouldn't walk in the mud. Last time I was there, it was not solid.
I know, but
They scoffed at me.
I know, but it's been a couple of weeks since
You
we.
would sync up to your hubcaps.
You can go do it.
Do you see fish everywhere?
With the gill lice?
No, we don't. Have they been removed?
No, they're staying.
The current strategy is, there is some water remaining in a dead pool is the term. And the fish have congregated there
Oh.
and they are,
Sharing their gill
they're doing
lice.
well. They're being eaten by the birds.
Oh my gosh.
There you go.
And so far that control method is working great.
And that's okay for the birds?
Yeah, they
With
eat them
the
all the time.
Gill lice? It's okay.
Feather lice.
They don't have gills.
Like feather lice? I don't know. I don't know.
So
I don't know.
is it, so the Tarn itself is pretty muddy. You couldn't walk around there and just check it.
No.
Is there something in there you're looking for?
I lost a canoe years ago.
I couldn't.
What color is it? I'll look for it.
It's a Grumman aluminum.
Aluminum, okay.
Well,
It's a
Ask
canoe
that
and not like a
question,
dead
Jeffrey.
body.
Wasn't even mine.
Either, it's down to a mud puddle. I mean, a big mud puddle.
You gotta go out there.
Haven't found anything like suspicious?
Suspicious.
Like a body.
Safe. Scoop.
Exactly.
Any more questions for Shannon? That are
Real question.
questions for Shannon?
Know anything about that, the Frisco construction?
Traffic delays.
Frisco councilwoman sitting right there. You can ask
Oh,
her.
that's right.
Bedlam.
When is it supposed to be done?
2025.
So far away. Okay.
Other than that, it's great.
Other questions for Shannon? Because I have a question for James. If you don't mind, James. So when we were at the water plant today, James made mention that our water consumption is up because I think we as a town have gotten away from our constant messaging about conservation. So I would like to get back to where we were. I mean, it's been a while, but I don't know that people really know what days they're allowed to water anymore. I think we need to just get Haley to, we need to get back on this water conservation kick. So if you want to follow that up with.
Yep. Absolutely.
Also, I'd like to see some enforcement. I mean, rather than PSAs, also some citations or whatever. I mean, some of it's egregious, you know, you see some people watering 24 hours a day sometimes, you know?
Yeah, I think a lot of it's the messaging. We just have, you know, kind of been a little bit in the backseat on that of recent, and people have just been kind of, you know, not really taking it into consideration. But, you know, to follow up on Eric's comment, our production numbers have gone up considerably. You know, this is a high time to begin with. This is the peak period of the production or the year for water. But we're starting to see numbers that are, you know, kind of scaling out of what we're really have seen in the past. And it's definitely concerning with more development going on. And obviously there's going to be more landscaping and so
And
forth.
especially, we had a wet June. I mean, I've
Right.
seen people irrigate in the rain,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, and it's just,
Is that because their sprinklers are on automatic?
Mhm.
Or are you talking about
no, sprinklers are on automatic. But you know, that's certainly,
I think a lot of properties, the sprinklers are on
Yeah.
automatic too.
Well,
right?
they are, and a lot of properties water all the time.
Yeah.
You're only supposed to water certain days of the week, only for so long. That's
Yeah.
why we insist on drip irrigation and things like that. So Jesse, I don't know if this is something that you can help Haley craft messaging for. we had some great messaging years ago, and I think we really made an impact on this. And I mean, we know this is irrigation because
Mhm.
town is not as busy today as it will be in March. And we use more water today than we will use in March. So
Yeah,
it stands to reason that the difference is the summer conditions in irrigation.
yeah.
I think you're only supposed to irrigate 3 days a week. I think
Right.
it's like
Yeah.
Monday, whatever.
Depends on.
Interesting to see where, like what neighborhoods, if it's, what kinds of properties.
Oh, I know a few of those people.
Yeah, so, I mean, I feel like the last few meetings, we've been talking about enforcement in a lot of different areas. And I was just wondering if, I mean, you know, with this being one of them, noise as well, short-term rentals, are we making any move to hire or expand some sort of enforcement?
I asked the chief to deputize me.
Thank you for not.
Tell you that housing, the compliance monitoring on housing is not our top priority right now. I mean, it's important, I know, but we're trying to fill like Nicole's position and the construction management position, because those are the ones we have to get filled first. And then we're gonna look at the plan. And there's a different skill set. And I think that, you know, let me go back and talk. I think we need to look back at the concept of a traditional code enforcement type position.
Right.
That, you know, that's specifically what they address. And our, you know, our community service officers at the PD have kind of steered away from that a little more and doing other, you know, police type activities, whether it's minor criminal reports or accidents and helping with those, but they still do some of that. But if you truly want to be addressing things like sandwich boards and all of those types of things, you need a true, just dedicated code enforcement type position. So, yeah,
I
let me
think it'd
look
be
at that and see, maybe we'll bring something in for the next budget.
Thanks.
Okay, James, thanks.
Thank you.
Parking and transportation. Nice to see those transit numbers are up over last year.
So does it make sense to maybe look at 2019 as well?
Were those not, I'm sorry.
It's 2020 and 21.
Right, so because of the restrictions last year, I don't know.
Yeah,
Just curious.
it's not an apples apples. I understand. I apologize. I don't have that memo up, but so it didn't have 2019. We can do that going forward if that's helpful.
It
just to
might
see.
be, I don't know. I know you're busy, so we can also.
What's your sense, James? Do you think we're catching up?
We are, just from, I think it's just anecdotally, there's a lot of people in town. Right now, we don't have as much service on the ground because we're not running we still have a driver shortage, so we're not able to roll out the 2019 service plan that we did. We discussed that previously, but the buses are all, by our kind of daily counts, we're starting to approach those numbers that we saw in 2019 for the numbers of buses that we have out.
How are we doing with hiring since we last spoke?
We're about the same status, Aaron. We've kind of gained for a couple weeks, and then we've lost a few people, so it's really kind of holding at 22 right now, and we were trying to get to 27, but we're not closing that gap at all. Like I said, we hire one or two, and then we lose one or two. So
Thank you.
Looking for a job.
Yeah, but I can't work here.
A couple of innovative strategies
Okay,
that we met yesterday and discussed that hopefully will turn that corner a little more.
okay.
Put us kind of in line with what we're seeing some other transit places doing with bonus, et cetera. So,
Yeah.
some of our other numbers, though, dealing not transit numbers, but we got the latest traffic numbers coming in and looking at Highway 9. I think June was highest on record by 11% increase.
The third month of high numbers for Highway 9.
I feel like our sales tax revenue for June is going to reflect that.
Yeah, I think we'd all.
8 and
right?
11%.
Yeah.
I mean, just from people I've been talking to. Over 2019.
Maybe Lucy would know. Do we have any sense? Is that front range traffic or is that still out of state driving?
Did we say June
Doesn't
is,
feel like that.
June is up 11% at highest?
Traffic coming in. I mean, if anybody's been back and forth to Denver recently and you see, I mean, it's a parking lot.
Yeah, well,
on
Frisco.
I-70.
Yeah, I can't get through Frisco. I went to Denver. I had to,
It's a sad situation there, but go over Swan Mountain. That's what
Yeah, because that's good too. Right by Scott Reed's house.
Leave.
Leave.
better about not having a driver's license.
Chief just made a note. All right, anything else on PNT or that? All right, housing and childcare. Thank you. Thank you, but James, thanks for that. Care update.
There were probably no minutes in your packet because we actually had our housing committee meeting today. And I think the childcare committee meeting was last Wednesday, too late to get into the packet. So minutes from those meetings will be in your next packet. So I mean, just quick update. We had a housing committee meeting today, talked with CMC a little bit about their plans out on Block 11. And I think we'll continue to talk to them about any potential opportunities as they develop some housing out there. I don't know if you all saw that, and just of interest, that Gold Camp is eliminating their first right of refusal or asking the owners to vote for that to be eliminated from their decks. So interesting. We'll see how that goes.
You know why they're doing that? Is it because of us or is it?
But that's what they said in their letter. And they very much
That article. in the paper
put the blame
Sure.
on the town.
I talked to Sharon, who's the president of the board, and she said that, and they're worried about it, us driving property values down by us taking their first right of refusal. So, I mean,
they're worried about having too many deed restricted.
which would drive their property values down.
But we haven't.
Would, I mean, there's no reason for that to drive their
It's-
property
I'm
values
just
down.
the messenger. It's
Yeah,
it's
It was a,
fear-based.
we didn't say it was a rational reason. We said it's. their
We've
reason.
actually never exercised our first right in Gold Camp, so it's,
Just the threat of it.
Anywhere in town.
but interesting. Let's see, landing locals, we're gonna be kicking that off. Trying to set up a meeting with Colin, who we are getting under contract to help us bring a version of landing locals to Breck. Try to set up a meeting Thursday, Friday, or Monday, Tuesday to kick that off. So that's going well. That's kind of it.
Questions for Lori?
You get that water bottle at the Alte Verde?
Yeah, I did. I
fundraising?
still haven't finished it.
Mhm.
Want to make a, tell her what you think of that?
Yeah.
No, I'll talk.
Don't let
So-
Jesse.
Say something about the childcare because Corey and I had this conversation and we're trying to figure out exactly what to attribute it to, but I really think it's concerning. We just closed the application period for tuition assistance. And this year we had about 47 applications, which, you know, some trickle in throughout the year. So that's not the total number, but that's during the open period where people already have kids in the program and they're reapplying. And this year we had about 15 less applicants than last year. And last year we had about 15 less applicants than the year before. And some of that maybe is attributable to Summit Pre-K because some of those families moved on to that program and didn't get money from us anymore. But my fear is that it shows that we're losing the middle class because people can't afford to live here and a lot of people moved out. And I know that you know, it's crazy because the childcare wait lists haven't changed. If anything, they might even be longer now. But what it does show is that the people who've been here a long time, working in the community, living here, but needing the extra help from town, that middle class, they are being displaced. And
Has she
so-
looked at those 15 families to see, like, can we do some?
She can, yeah, I'm
more research
sure.
on it?
yeah, I'm sure she'll be
Mhm.
looking into it a little bit more. And we'll, as a committee, we're certainly going to be looking into, are people earning more money and we need to raise the cap sort of on that because Summit Pre-K's cap is higher than or the amount of money that people can make is higher than our cap. So we'll be looking to adjust if our program needs to adjust. But I just think, we have all these little indicators and I just want this council to be really aware that this indicator is out there as well.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Kelly. I think the Summit Pre-K could have explained the first year of decline, but not the second.
Well, and it would be interesting to see the families that we're trying to serve. And and taking a look at the families that we are serving and that wait list. Like, I don't know if people are making more money and then they're choosing to have another kid, and because they chose to have another kid, they have more preference for that second child versus the families who are just starting out and having their first child and they're on the wait list, they can't get on, all that, like some of those guidelines that have been implemented might, be showing inadvertently exactly what you're saying as far as we're not serving the same community that we used to be serving. But yeah, it'd be an interesting thing to look at.
Can I talk about bottles now?
Oh, you're good.
Sorry, Lauren. Back to housing, Lori, real quick. I had a friend recently that participated in a buy down and she was so happy to be selling to the town and just had no idea that this program existed. So I'm wondering currently what type of like advertising or outreach are we doing on our buy downs and housing helps? And is that something we think would be beneficial to step up?
Oh, yeah, I definitely think we need to step up marketing around both programs. When we get fully staffed, we definitely will do that. But particularly with the housing helps, I have people contact me all the time and say, oh, I didn't know I could use this or do this program. And I'm still getting housing helps applications trickling in. So I have 4 on my desk today. So, housing helps is still out there. And it seems like once we do a couple in certain complexes, then more people become aware of it. So, and with the buy downs, what we've done is, we keep an eye on the MLS. So if something comes on the MLS and it's in our price range, Rick and I have a conversation, no matter when it is, about whether we should pursue it last Friday night at 10 o'clock. And so I think if they come on the MLS, we see them and we decide if it's a good option for us. Now, there's sometimes where with the buy down, we'll just say no. I had a person that actually wanted us to buy a 1-bedroom condo in town. And it's just like, oh, we've got a lot of 1-bedrooms. We really need a few more 2-bedrooms, So we look at the buy down opportunities and I think, but we're only relying on the MLS. So if we could reach people before they decide to list, that would be best. And that's going to take some marketing.
Or is that countywide housing helps? Or is it just what we do?
Well, we, in the Upper Blue, we coordinate with the county and it's great. We share in the cost for both buy downs and housing helps in the Upper Blue with the county. I think Frisco had started to do a housing helps, a version of housing helps, and I don't know where that went. But I know the county's actively looking everywhere, but most of the time they come to our basin because we'll share in the cost.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments?
Yes. We're at Altaverde, but like bragging about being net zero. And then there's a big crate of water bottles with no place to recycle it. It made me mental.
Oh,
In-
it's a
in-
good input. I think Gorman needs to hear that.
Yeah, I told, what's it?
Kimball Krangle. heard it.
Yeah.
Kimball heard it, yeah.
You only have to tell Kimball once.
Yeah, I told it a few times, but I have a little bit of an OCD.
I think we're gonna see Gorman water bottles next time. Reusable.
Just, FYI, I just made me mental.
Otherwise, it was a lovely event.
Doubtful.
That's good.
I think we try to be cognizant and make sure those things don't happen because we know that's important and we don't want to see those, those types of bottles at these types of events. And so we'll share some responsibility for not, making that known ahead of time.
I mean, I'd be okay if they just had a place to recycle them.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be bad enough.
There's other options besides buying.
Yeah, have bubblers.
Or just
Yeah,
get a
we're-
ball for her kids to throw
We're
around instead of.
getting off the agenda a little bit. I'd love to see us circle back and, talk about, can we do an ordinance can we talk to City Market somehow about their water bottles? Because didn't the state allow that now?
When Jessie comes down here, let's ask her what the latest
Okay.
update was on what
We're-
passed.
we're good now, buddy.
Yeah.
Because now we can do that. It's time to talk about Jeffrey's bill.
Okay. Jeffrey's bill.
That's what they call the construction in Frisco, Jeffries.
Jeffrey's gridlock. That's Hunter's gridlock. All right, committee reports. Anybody have any questions? There was transit, our transit, rec department.
Barely, remind me, Scott,
Big.
Barely Big, who did that serve?
Really big was,
Oh, for parents to like go work out. Okay. Okay. Okay, got it.
So Fairly Big was you could go work out and check your under 5-year-old child for up to an hour, maybe an hour and a half. And it was, we had it as a pretty positive service for a lot of years. It was
Mhm.
heavily subsidized and hard to staff, honestly.
Okay.
And so it was one of the ones that we're kind of taking over that space right now for some more of our program staffing, computer work.
Okay. And then currently the rec center is averaging about 400 to 500 patrons per day. Do you know, what it was like in 2019? Is that up or down or?
It's about on par with
Par,
2019
okay.
this time of year.
Okay.
What we found, some of the changes we've tracked is that the weight room is incredibly busy. The cardio deck is less busy. We've had to adjust some of the class locations. People are more comfortable in the turf gym than they are in some of the studios at this point still. So we're still kind of working through some of those kinks and don't know which of those patterns will continue long-term. But
Uh-huh.
in general, our numbers are back up to 2019 levels.
Okay.
And our biggest numbers are typically in the fall, like late fall, early winter, between Thanksgiving and Christmas/New Year's. It's about 1,200 people.
Okay.
Typical big day for us in the fall.
Yeah, it sounds like a big day. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
Scott, while you're here, can I ask a quick question? Do you know if the summer camp programs are open to local families before they're open to people visiting?
We don't do the same approach that Frisco does, if that's your question. No, so we typically have a parent night prior to registration to help both the translation and a number of the locals to answer some of their questions. And so in that sense, yes, there's a way to kind of, for the locals to kind of get first in line, if you will. But most of the families that we're serving typically are families that are in our programs consistently. And so they're typically involved and get on those. And so what happens is that the registrations come up and then the ones who fill, like it's filled by local families typically. And then as we get closer towards the full zone, then we get some of the, hey, we're coming for 2 weeks. Can we squeeze you in? Can we squeeze in? And we tend to find slots for those folks. And so, so yes and no, there's no definitive line, but I think it's certainly set up in the sense that it serves the local families first.
Okay. Do you think that there's, I mean, I've just heard a lot of families saying, I just can't get enough days or the days I want. And it's local families, not people visiting here. Do you think that there's any way we could, or that you guys could reach out and make sure that the way we're doing it is serving the local families?
Absolutely.
That would be, I mean,
Yes,
okay.
I agree.
Because I just, with as hard as it is to find childcare, I just want to make sure that we're doing a good job of reaching those people.
Yes, and typically what we find is that people want a specific program and those are getting full. So there
Yeah,
are other
And I
alternatives.
totally, you're
So
right.
Skateboarding is too popular
Right.
or biking or whatever. So we're trying to adjust our staffing. That's the other challenge we have is if we're able to ramp up staffing, we can fill more
Yeah.
spots.
Yeah.
Especially during the summertime programs that we have, but we're also shy we're shy a handful of folks, both, in our staffing. Our staffing's done a great job this year, but
we could use a few more hands on deck.
Yep.
For sure. So that would help alleviate some of that, the limits that we currently have.
Right.
But yes, we will work to continue, although I have to tell you that I really was not a fan of the Frisco approach in terms of you can only get in these things if you're from Frisco.
Yeah.
We really, I kind of resisted that. I felt like we need to serve the community at large. And certainly there are ways to kind of give a priority to locals, and there are those things in a lot of ways. But certainly we can do better at that. I don't believe in drawing that line.
Yeah, and I don't, your point about the Frisco resident thing is, I think, I agree with that. There's really no reason to be a resident, or of the town of Breckenridge. But at least someone who's, living here full-time, living in the county full-time or something like that.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
And then one thing that actually came up during social equity that one of the commissioners brought up, and I'm not familiar with the system at all, but it was her impression that like the classes open up and they fill up so soon. So it's those people that are like well-informed about the program have time during the day to sign up. So I don't know if that's how it's set up, but if there's a way to reevaluate like a lottery system, or if people can sign up within a week window and then it goes to a lottery, because one of the Latina members of our commission mentioned that she felt like you had to be on it and not everyone else has time to be on it to sign up. Dick or Aaron, did I capture that?
Answer to that is those parent nights that are ahead of
Okay.
time, and where we really try to cater to the families that we serve continuously, those who are regular customers, typically folks who live here. And that's where we really bring in the translator and make sure that we can reach those hard to reach families as much as we can. So we can continue to make those efforts and expand those. But I have to tell you, from a childcare standpoint, look at any program in this community, in this county, it's the same issue. I mean, I can tell you Keystone Science School from experience, like the things that are popular book day one. And that's just the challenge of the slots we have. And
So those
we'll-
parent, oh, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, so we'll do we will, I hear you for sure, and I agree with you. We want to make sure that we're servicing our community members of all, of all economic, and racial, working, that's our goal for sure. Short of drawing that line, like I said, I think we're really trying to cater to those regular families that we know and work with and know that are continuing to come back to our programs, both school year and summertime timeframes.
So they can sign up during those parent nights
Correct.
before, and that's.
Get
that
it all
happens
set up and ready to
before-
go. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So they don't have to like skip work during the day or whatever. to sign up. Okay.
Scott, could you make sure you get dates for those parent nights to the social equity committee? So we
Okay.
can try to do the networking to get them out.
Yes. Can.
Scott, how'd the firecracker go?
Went great.
Some stuff?
Yeah, it's busy day for sure. Staff was stretched pretty thin on that, but it was very successful as an event. I would say that for sure. It a
What
really
was
learning
that?
opportunity.
Firecracker.
Oh, the firecracker.
Since it's the towns now.
Yeah.
Are you gonna need outside help next year, do you think, or?
Yes. I mean, no different than what Westy
Normally does.
We're gonna need volunteer help. We're gonna need the community to pull together. We're likely going to pull a lot of town rec staff folks to help with those things, because we also run the 10K in the morning.
Right.
So it's gonna be a full day affair as it was this year. So yes, we're definitely losing a little bit of sleep as far as like, wow, we gotta pull this one off.
We'll get the day camper kids out there.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Carter Park was vibrant. It
But those
was
kids
amazing.
were-
So, and it really,
Fabulous.
you may have felt from the backside like you were short, and I'm sure you were, but it didn't come off that way from the front side. It was really well done.
Yes, one thing we learned per the childcare, challenges that we have, we learned as a staff, we really can't have our full slate of programs running on July 5th and thereafter. I mean, we need to, as a staff, we need to take a deep breath. So we'll likely reduce our options because next year, 4th of July is on a Monday, we'll likely reduce our options for childcare the rest of the week so that we can assimilate the staff and not run people ragged.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I don't know if I really agree with that. I mean, so you're saying that so that we can have a race on one day, we're gonna screw all these parents out of childcare for the whole week?
What we'll do is we'll cut back on our activity based programs. We'll have our BMC is what we're thinking at this point. So we'll have our standard provision that we have for childcare during the week, rec mountain camps. But like the mountain bike camps, which have proven incredibly
Yeah. successful.
popular, and the climbing camps, which take a specialty staff members that will have to pull for other things. Yes, and we just can't from a staffing standpoint, it's been really hard to kind of keep everyone going that
So,
way.
so you'd be able to accommodate the same amount of children, but they wouldn't be doing their preferred activities, or would we
We
not
may
be able to
reduce the number,
accommodate?
we may reduce the numbers that week just from a staffing standpoint. It's just the reality of having people on, course marshals and filling water bottles and doing all the things that go into that event.
I agree with not wanting to run the staff ragged, absolutely, but I would encourage you to continue looking at other options. Can we hire or can we pull people from not the rec staff or something that would allow us to continue? I mean, childcare is just so tough up here. I mean, it's tough everywhere, really. But just to staff a race so that families don't have care for the week really doesn't sit well with me.
And I called you specifically on this before, but I wanted to say it in front of the council. I bumped into some of the, I don't know if it's camps or something, the mountain bike kids or whatever. And it is just really well done. The instructors are just really informative to the kids. And yeah, it really, it was heartfelt, and when I yelled at them, they got out of my way. But no, and I heard the counselors giving them like etiquette suggestions and stuff. It was really, really good. And yeah, so anyway, keep up the good work in that regard.
Should volunteer.
Our staff is doing a really good job. We're short staffed.
Yeah.
That's the challenge this year.
I told them who I was.
Yeah, before
Yeah.
we have extra time, but one of the things I want, while Scott's sitting here and we're talking all things rec, we have not had two of our tennis courts open on Carter Park this year because they were in bad need of repairs. We've done finally got some temporary repairs done. We think they'll be operable, but those need to pretty much be rebuilt, those two courts. And so our plan, part of what we were doing is trying to gauge the need and how much outcry we were getting, and we are getting considerable. I think they're popular for people to use over there. So it's going to be $100,000 to $200,000 to repair those two courts up, basically rebuild the whole blacktop surface and everything that happens on there. Unfortunately, we don't put money aside each year to help do that maintenance, and we're running into a similar issue with the clay courts out at the tennis center. But that probably won't be in 22, it'll probably be in 23. My plan right now is to put in the rec budget money in 22 to repair those two tennis courts. So unless somebody feels like that's something we shouldn't do, is keep those active. We can debate it as
When
part
did
of the
we
budget
last fix
process.
those?
We've fixed them pretty much annually or every other year.
Okay.
So we've patched them a ton.
With caulking type different things,
Yeah.
right, on cracks.
Reap or not?
But
When
we're out
Stip-
there, right? There's, Eric, which ones do you think? These are the ones closer on the
Ones
east
that,
side of the dog park over.
ones.
Upper.
Yeah.
So those.
Yeah,
have
remember
been
when Stip came
resurfaced.
in, we resurfaced, didn't we
Yeah.
Resurfaced them and patched them over and over again. The issue now is that the sub base is
Oh.
actually what's failing. So those cracks are, an inch to 2 inches.
If a ball doesn't fall in it, what's the deal?
So
Did it increase in tennis or pickleball?
that is a good question. So the idea would be that whatever we do, we would have to reconstruct from the bottom up. And since the lower courts are striped for both tennis and pickleball, you could do something where you dedicated one group to pickleball courts only and one group to tennis only. And that may cause some challenges with others, but it may be an option to help us kind of alleviate some of the stress that there is there. That, hey, I go to play tennis and it's covered with pickleballers and they won't let me play. So
To be pretty tough. Pickleballers seem a
Yeah,
little, little
wooden
spicy.
mallets, yeah.
They're getting used a lot. So I
a lot of
would be in
pickleball's being
favor.
played.
But I would also encourage your rec crew to have that discussion about the best way to have it open for both uses, because pickleball seems to be really taking off.
Is the tennis center like full out, full up, so that those
is.
courts are necessary for overflow?
It's a different segment of the population for sure. People who want to go and pay for a pro and go and do clinics, and someone who wants to go with their, with their friend or spouse and go play and go hit balls up on the upper courts. It's a different approach, and I've heard from a number of them who've been very concerned, and I've certainly suggested, hey, the tennis courts are open at the tennis center as well, and they're doing very well, minus the clay courts, which are struggling in their own way too. But a lot of those folks are like, yeah, I don't that's not what I do. And partially it's pay, partially it's cost, and partially it's just the convenience of being like, hey, I live right down the street, I want to go play. Steve West, for example, called me and had a pretty long, lengthy conversation about what segment those courts fill. And again, pickleball is thrown into the mix as part of the discussion, because the upper courts are closed, the lower ones are the only ones that have pickleball lines, and so pickleball is all the time, and we can't play tennis therefore. So it's kind of exacerbated the challenge.
Third world.
Yeah, yeah, these are big
But
problems.
they're amenities, right? I think they're well used. I think it's something we want to continue to keep up.
Absolutely.
All right.
Anything else? Scott, thanks. Events committee, Shannon.
All right.
Any questions?
So the minutes were in the packet. The one question or just council feedback that I would like to get is on the proposal for Oktoberfest. I think the minutes were pretty detailed, but both Carol and I can answer any questions if you have them.
I have a couple questions. Is there a lack of vendors? Wait, first, are we moving? Are they different dates? They are different dates, correct? Are there fewer vendors available because of the different dates? Okay, it's just that they're fewer. Okay, okay. That's good to know. I just, with all the conversations about council looking at events, I'm curious about how the communication will go with Oktoberfest changing. And, I think that's a really important point about the vendors, that the vendors are, that there are fewer vendors available. I mean, that completely makes sense to me. What about the ski swap that normally happens at the Riverwalk Center during Oktoberfest? Is that?
I think it's already scheduled for different dates.
Okay, and they're okay?
They're working with Dennis. I think they had already planned, Dennis Lucero.
Okay.
I think they had already
That's good.
planned on different dates prior to. Dennis said it wasn't, when we brought it up, he said they were already working on a different date.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you. Thanks,
Lucy,
both.
is BTO in favor of this format? Okay. I think it's great. Try something new.
I think it'll be interesting to see. Yeah.
And what I think is really clever, what they're doing, they're not going to call it Oktoberfest.
Right.
Because we want
Which
to
is
set
also-
expectations.
Yeah.
What do we wanna call it again?
They,
Yeah.
Right?
October thing. That October thing.
Oh, right.
And the new date is actually closer to October. Like it.
Is everybody okay with this?
I'd give it a try.
And I agree with the new dates too, just to be clear, like, I think it is good to have more space from Labor Day and all that. I just wasn't sure if that was just a more popular date for vendors or not.
You guys will be hearing about this, you know that.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
just
yeah.
make
Yeah.
sure you're good with this, you understand the concept. So when people ask, you know what's going on.
And-
Jeffrey.
And the reasoning is
Lack of vendors,
lack of vendors.
of
staffing
staff.
issues,
Yeah.
and then coming out of COVID, trying a
Yeah.
new concept.
Yeah, okay.
Well done.
And we can call it just steaming yellow liquid fest.
Oh, gross.
Progress.
Add that to the list,
Yeah,
but
put that-
thank
yeah,
you.
could you-
I
Thank you.
think this would be more of a, I think as far as the community goes, staffing and COVID, I feel like they'd be like, oh, did we really try hard enough or whatever? But you can't get around the fact that there are only 7 German vendors, that's not an Oktoberfest to me.
I think everybody understands the staffing issues in this town right
Oh,
now.
completely, yeah,
I think that's.
yeah.
I
But
mean,
like, I don't know if people think that it'll turn around before then or whatever,
no way.
like.
None of the business community thinks it's a turnaround anytime
Yeah.
soon. So I think if anybody in the business community asks you
Sure.
about this, you just say that, I mean,
Are you staffed?
yeah, because they
Yeah.
won't be,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
that's just,
It's a great time to be looking for a job.
it is. It is.
If you have
Wages.
housing.
Thanks, Jeffrey.
Even I can get one.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Good job.
Anything else on that, Shannon, or anybody else have a question for Shannon on the events?
Did not have any other highlights.
Great. Thank you. All righty, revised council rules.
In your packet is a proposed revision, which is presented there, and Tim Berry has marked that in red, what we're proposing. In addition to that, I have attached the entire council procedure and rules of order. So from time to time, council will desire to amend or alter your rules. And basically the way we do that is we present them to you and then they take effect later on that. And so once we've posted or shown the proposed changes to those. So this one, the one that we heard from you and that we want to move forward with is, I think that we realized over COVID that we could still be effective in a virtual environment. And I'm not talking just by phone conference. I think it truly is a Zoom platform where we can see you as a council member if you're not able to attend a meeting. And so what we're proposing is that if you could not attend a meeting for health reasons, then there's unlimited. You could do it virtually if you were well enough to do that, but you just didn't want to be here in person. Or if just for any other reason you cannot make the meeting and you want to attend virtually, you could do that up to 3 times a year, is what's being proposed. And this is in addition to, the current, I think that it's in the charter, this says you can only miss 3 meetings in a year. So, anything, how do you all feel about this? Is this something you'd like to see adopted as part of your rules to allow you a little more flexibility?
Yeah, I'm fine with this. Wasn't it 3 meetings in a row or something like that? I think, remember, we had an issue with Mark. Which I don't, I'm fine either way,
I
but
don't know.
yeah,
I don't know if it's in a row.
yeah,
I didn't think
Okay,
it was in a
whatever.
row, but.
With him, it was in a
Flexibility.
row.
yeah.
But I don't
could-
know if that was just.
Kelly, when you did it that time, did you feel like you could hear everything and be a
It's different. It's not the same as everyone on Zoom. I think that's the really hard thing, is that you guys are all here and conversing. You sort of, it's hard, but I still felt like it was very valuable for me to, be in the meeting.
Weren't you at a
Um,
bar or something?
I was at a bar.
Where you were?
3D.
Guess I would ask, the best is always to have you in person.
Yeah.
But is it, in the past, you were not allowed to attend electronically.
right?
So even though it's not
Okay,
perfect, if you
that's
still
good.
want to be a part of that meeting, it allows you that opportunity.
Yeah.
And, but it could be you choose not to.
Yeah.
But if you want to, in the past, you couldn't.
Right.
And you couldn't vote, you couldn't attend an exec session. And this allows you that opportunity in case you want to.
Mhm.
That's where I think this is a good proposed change.
I like the
Sense,
flexibility.
Yeah.
I'm fine with this.
I do think the one thing we need to add is the presiding officer cannot do it via Zoom. So
Yeah.
I was
Yeah, for
away.
sure.
I could be on for Zoom, but Jeffrey would have to run the meeting.
Right.
Yes, that's a really good.
You
point.
sure you want to?
Yeah.
I mean,
The
this is
improvement.
going forward. I'm not going
Yeah.
anywhere, so. But
But
I
you're
just,
right, that
I don't
would be
think,
very
I don't think you can run a meeting from away. You can be there, you can vote,
Yeah.
you can listen, but somebody else has to run the
And-
meeting.
I know you said, I don't think we changed that yet. That's not in here yet, is it? Eric?
No, it's, I looked for it and I couldn't find it.
Kelly, could you see everything that was going on? And
Yeah, I mean, you can see everything, you can hear 70% of it, but it's just really hard to feel like you're part of the conversation. It's like everyone else converses and then you say your one thing. And so it's a very different, I can't imagine for myself doing it more than like once a year if I
Yeah.
needed to.
That's what I was wondering. Is 3 the right number or is 2 better? I agree. I
would
think
be a
it's a
lot.
lot for all 7 of us. It's 21 meetings if you had a bunch of people.
And nobody has to be around.
Yeah. I mean, I would prefer 2 personally.
Well, since there is the health,
Yeah,
exception,
health is
that
different.
seems very, I can't imagine someone wanting to be gone for 3 meetings and wanting to
Mhm.
participate that way.
What do you think about
Okay, 2 meetings?
I'd say 3.
Yeah, I'm fine with 3.
You're fine with 3? You
Let's
want to be
just do
gone
3, and then if it becomes a or a issue, then we could always talk about it again, right?
You know, I think one thing we need to do, Kelly, is make sure that when the person who is away, that they're in contact with either Shannon or Rick so that they can say, hey, Kelly wants to talk, because it was, I kept forgetting you were there, honestly.
Well, Rick spoke on my behalf like
Yeah.
2 or 3
Yeah,
times, so it was
so,
fine.
Okay.
So as long as there's that,
Say this.
As long as there's that interaction, I think, then you don't feel so isolated.
Totally.
I'm good with 3, and the possibility exists, none of us will use it,
Right.
Yeah.
but it is there.
So keep it at 3. I'm here, keep it at 3. We'll change the wording on the presiding officer. Cannot be virtual.
Yeah.
Um,
Can attend virtually, but cannot run the meeting.
yeah, I have that note.
Okay.
Anything else on these proposed revisions?
Not on this, I'm wondering, what's our policy right now with public comment? Would we accept the virtual public comment?
Would we accept it? Sure.
Mhm.
I think we would accept it, but we're not gonna do like we were doing before and wait around, giving everybody that opportunity. But if somebody was on here now and wanted to, make a comment on here, so we have somebody monitoring the chat
Mhm.
on this on a regular basis, and they'll let us know, like there's a Q&A, see, you can still see there was a Q&A there. And they'll let us know if that's something that we need to address. Like if somebody said, I'd like to make a comment or I'd like to weigh in on that, they'll let us know and I'll see what it is and we'll see if it's appropriate. But because, we're not going to the extreme we were before to make sure there's time for people to do that because of this.
Can I just offer just something slightly different? So for the Social Equity Commission, we're accepting public comment, or the way we've revised their rules is to accept public comment by email, in person. Let's see, what else did we say? Sorry, I lost it here for a second.
Yeah, it says it in this packet as well.
And part of the reason why we did it that way, it's because we can't be, we can look at Zoom, but you guys don't really get to interact with it. And if it goes down for some reason and someone was intending to provide public comment, but now it's down and they're not here, it just creates problems. And if we say you have to either email it in or be here in person, that then if they really want to comment, they'll have done it, kind of planned for it ahead of time.
And we'll have an email address during the meetings. It'll be monitored so that their comments could be read.
So all the mayor,
That's good.
we've given out that mayor at Town of Breckenridge email and we watch that during the meeting. So you just a different consideration for that.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
But I
But
guess
if
was your question about public comment with regards to the rules and procedures or just generally how we're operating?
Just the general question.
'Cause I was looking, I'm not sure that it addresses public comment other than public hearings in here, so.
And we did put it in the social equity rules, and I wonder if since those weren't drafted when you were virtual, that it might be something we'd want to add.
In here under F, town council members of the public desiring to communicate with town council may do so by letter, email, or attending the council meeting. Yeah. And I think, at first I was going to ask this question as well, but I didn't realize that you look at the email while we're at council. So that, to me, that's better. It's more official and easier to keep record of than when people chat us in the middle of the Zoom. So I think that's great.
Did you get a chance to glance through the rest of the rules to see if there's anything that you might want to change. Nothing pops out at me when I look at it, but.
Allowing smoking, but I don't think I'll get the traction for that. That's about the only thing.
Good airport road for that.
No, I didn't find anything that I wanted to change.
I like our rules.
All right, so what we'll do is we'll amend these again with the change, and once those are amended, they'll be brought back to you at the next meeting, and then they'll go into effect 2 weeks later after that, so. All right. So the only, yeah.
Good. All right. Outdoor energy offset program. If you guys want to come up. Hey, Shannon, where is COVID testing these days?
Senior center.
Frisco.
Yeah. At the senior
At
center.
the senior center in the tent, I believe. is
Yeah.
still there.
Do they do it at the hospital also?
Oh,
or-
it's for sure there because I just gave blood and it's right, yeah, at the senior center.
Okay. Still, or is it?
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's really easy.
I just had.
I
it
went a
done.
few weeks ago.
No, I am having a procedure on Monday and they called me today, tell me I need a COVID test.
I called and I had an appointment within like a half hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 Not that I was sick, I just wanted to get my sinuses
And if you
cleaned.
go to the senior center, you don't have to go through the construction traffic. Convenient for us.
Before we get started here, Eric, I made a mistake. The lady that I talked to at Gold Camp, her name was Liz Pena, not Sharon.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Welcome, ladies.
We got the black dress.
Yeah.
movement today, so.
Yeah, yeah, well done.
We were all texting each other
It's
last
a
night.
town of Breck. Black.
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. Yep. Mayor, council, thank you so much for this opportunity to talk about outdoor energy use. But before we get there, I would like to introduce a new staff member who is up here in the audience. This is Teddy Wilkinson. He's joining the Sustainability Division as the Sustainability and Alternative Transportation Administrator. So he's going to be working a lot on our mobility, our transportation, and our managed parking. So
Wow.
he just started yesterday.
He looks good. He looks green.
Looks fresh, looks fresh.
Yeah, good.
So
All right, I'm
Standing.
All right, cool.
welcome, Teddy. I believe there was a question on plastic bans. Did
Yes.
you want to revisit that quick? Okay, so the legislation that passed this session will create a statewide fee on plastic bags of 10 cents and paper bags, actually, plastic and paper bags. And by 2024, it will fully phase out plastic bags and polystyrene food containers. So that's your styrofoam cups and
To go.
takeout goes, yeah. Also by 2024, local communities, well, the ban on the ban, right? So that this thing we've all talked about for many years, whether or not we can actually ban plastics, will also be repealed. But it's a 2024-ish timeline before that can actually happen. So that's kind of the latest and greatest. That was added back in. It was originally taken out in one of the House committees. So it was a big win to get that back in the legislation. So happy to answer questions on that, but that's kind of the status.
Is there, have we talked to City Market and just asked them to put a sign up that's saying the town of Breckenridge's municipal drinking water is clean, as healthy as this crap you're buying in bottles?
Probably better.
Or if nothing else, please recycle. If you're buying these bottles unnecessarily, at least please recycle. I mean, is there, do we have any communication with Kroger or whatever whoever those people are?
No, the answer is no. We pretty much target folks. The Welcome Center is probably one of the best examples because they're talking about the water refill stations. They sell water bottles
Yeah,
there. But we have not talked directly to City Market about this particular issue.
I don't think, I don't think you can get a lot of push, a lot of, warm and fuzzy reception, but be nice to just give it a try. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I did just get forwarded, it was kind of a generic public comment from the website, but somebody asking a very similar question.
but it was related to including it in short-term rental information. And
Love
so I know you guys get hounded about like, let's put all kinds of information in short-term rental packets, but that one was specific to the water bottle issues. So.
Yeah, I think our marketing messaging too, you know, when you come to Breckenridge, the tap water is
Better than
great.
the stuff you're buying in the bottle.
Just toward the plant.
Is
It's
a
beautiful
sludge.
water. Yeah. No, I think that's a really good idea. I do have a question about you said there's a 10-cent fee, a 10-cent state fee on plastic bags. When does that start? And what does that do to our fee?
Not, well,
We do a 20-cent then? Or?
so we've already kind of taken the risk by, well, yeah, we're banning by September 1st, 2021, right? So our fee is not restricted by the 10-cent fee. We can go above and beyond what the state has done. So we're at 10 cents here, so it matches what the state is gonna do.
But then do we have to
20
give all that
cents
money to
the
them?
consumer, right?
Just their portion.
So we're gonna double it?
Well, no, but plastic bags are gonna be banned, but.
2024 though.
Paper.
Oh, 20, here,
But
yeah.
the decision that you guys made was to stick with 10 cents until we phased out plastic, which
so-
begins September 1st of this year.
And when does
So our
their-
fee doesn't change.
when does their fee start? Sorry.
I believe it's January 1st, 2022, the
So it
beginning of
doesn't, okay,
next
so it's a
year.
move.
Wouldn't even be allowed here to collect a fee.
Hmm.
With you sucked me in that vortex real
Jesse, if we looked into a branded water bottle, campaign similar to our reusable bag campaign.
Not from the town's perspective. I
you
mean, the
seen-
only branded water bottles I think are what they have at the Welcome Center.
Have you seen that done successfully in other communities? Like, do you know of any programs that have been, with the effort of trying to eliminate the purchase of plastic bottles?
Kind of like the reusable bag program. Surprisingly, no. I mean, I think a lot of communities use kind of the branded water bottle as a strategy, but not as to such a full extent as we have developed our reusable bag program. So I haven't seen it drive numbers down the way that you would be expecting or hoping. Nor have I seen the plastic water bottle fee like our bags, which could be an opportunity.
But we could do that.
I could have made some money at Alta Verde just picking up some bottles today.
Or a bottle deposit. One day, hopefully Colorado will have a bottle. All
Okay.
right, so plastics aside, we can talk about outdoor renewable energy. And this program is before you as a proposal from the Climate Action Collaborative and members of the Sustainable Building Code Working Group that worked through the last couple of years on our sustainable building codes. As you guys know, we adopted the Climate Action Plan in 2018, and it sets an overarching goal of an 80% emissions reductions by 2050. In Breckenridge, 87% of the town's greenhouse gas emissions come from building-related use. So that's commercial buildings, residential buildings, and anything tied to those meters, which includes outdoor energy use, snow melt systems, natural gas, fireplaces, pools, hot tubs, those kinds of things. 87% number is a little bit higher than the county as a whole. The county as a whole is roughly 2/3 emissions from buildings. And a quick glance at the data, we believe is largely, we have more density, larger commercial, and a lot of outdoor snow melt. So that is.
But outdoor snow melt.
Outdoor snow melt, yep. So we regulate energy use indoors via the building code and through energy efficiency programs like what HC3 runs, the Energy Smart Colorado program, where we provide incentives for homeowners to do energy audits and improve their energy efficiency for existing buildings. But there's currently no mandatory regulations that look at excessive outdoor energy use. We do have policy 33R in our development code, which incentivizes through a negative point system these types of energy uses, but they can easily be offset by things like additional landscaping, for example. So we're not seeing a direct mitigation of that outdoor energy use in the current development code. One of the first strategies under the climate action plan, of course, was to address buildings from the inside. That is the sustainable building code that we are all operating under today. And that building code also addressed commercial buildings for the first time. So that was in addition to the sustainable building code that we didn't have previously, and that was really looking at commercial energy use. But during that stakeholder process over the last 2 years, basically 18 months, the big question that came out of those stakeholder groups was, what about the success of outdoor energy use? What are we going to do about that? And we said, let's look at it separately, but we do want to address it. Obviously, if there's an issue there. You can go to the next slide, please. So the goal of this program is sort of threefold. The first is to create economic price signals to reduce excessive outdoor energy use. So how do you make it, really challenging for people to install these systems? The second goal is to offset any remaining outdoor energy use that needs to go in, or perhaps for public safety reasons, something like that. How do you mitigate that on site with renewable energy? And the third is to, for the energy that can't be mitigated on site, create a fee system so that those dollars can be leveraged across the community in other energy efficiency and renewable energy projects. So those are some of the goals of the program. Go to the next slide. We are certainly not the only community to have considered this. In fact, Pitkin County and the Aspen area has had a program like this for 20 years. So it's very well developed, it's very well engineered, and very well calculated. Other communities include Eagle County as a whole, Town of Carbondale, Basalt, Telluride, Crested Butte. So you can see from the slide that the most common energy uses include pools, spas, hot tubs, and snowmelt. But some of the things that our stakeholder group also considered were heat trace, heat tape, natural gas fire pits. On the commercial side, what are we calling those heaters? Like permanent outdoor heaters, things like that. Radiant heaters, thank you. In terms of the Pitkin County program, just by way of example, they have saved over $2.8 million in annual energy savings through this type of program. For every 6 units, there are 6 units of energy saved for every 1 unit of exterior energy use installed in the community. And there's been over 22,000 tons of carbon savings through their program over time. So it's really, really, really successful. At first, they were seeing a lot of developers and designers who were just paying the fee. Like, oh, this is crazy. Like, let's just pay the fee and off we go. But over time, they've seen that you can really leverage the renewable energy mitigation portion of this. And you're seeing a lot more systems going in instead of developers who choose to pay the fee instead.
Is it a one-time fee, Jesse, or is it annually?
The one-time fee, but it's calculated based on the lifespan of the system. So there's a lot of engineering calcs that go into what that number is, but you pay it at the time of build or installation. Next slide, please. Sorry, I just went over that one. Next one. The other reason why we want to consider this is related to our Mountain Ideal Sustainable Destination certification that we just earned back in March of this year. Snowmaking and snow melting is one particular criteria that they take a good hard look at across the destination. So it's not just town projects or commercial projects, but they're really looking at how the community addresses snow melt and snowmaking for that matter. It was one area where we got okay marks. The reason being, we don't track it very well. We do permit it, but we don't have a good way to like pull all that information together and really understand the carbon impacts of what's out there. And so this is just an area where it's been flagged for improvement. We do go back out for certification in 3 years. And so this is something that we'd like to show progress on for that recertification. So that brings me to the scope of the problem. So why do we being the stakeholder group, bring this to council today? is really around our decarbonization and our 100% renewable energy goals that we have under the climate action plan. Most outdoor snowmelt is fossil fuel based. So it's really, really hard to install a snowmelt system that is electrified, first of all, and second of all, powered by renewable energy. It's also to raise awareness about the impacts of heating the outdoors, you know, and trying to draw a distinction between it as an amenity versus a public safety use, for example. In 2019, well, before I get to that, most of the snowmelt systems, and I keep referring back to snowmelt because it's the easiest one to point the finger at, but I'm talking about all outdoor energy use at this point. But most snowmelt systems have a lifetime of about 20 years. So the ones that are going in 2019, 2020, right now, are going to be around for a long time. And that's not to say that we haven't installed a lot of it over the last 5 to 7 years, as our home sizes and things have gotten bigger. So that's a really important point because this is a kind of a legacy issue that isn't just a problem today, but it's a problem over time. So in 2019, from the permit information I was able to gather, there was about 10,000 square feet of residential snowmelt installed in town. These are on primarily single family homes, perhaps some townhomes. That equals a lot of energy use, 828 million BTUs of energy. And so to put that in perspective, that's 186 kilowatts of solar PV in order to be 100% offset. What is 186 kW? That's roughly a third of the size of one of our existing solar gardens. So that's a lot of energy to heat the outdoors. And that's only on the single family residential side.
Jesse, if on a single family home that has already some snow melt capabilities in place, and then they did a scrape, and then, you know, rebuilt the home or whatever, renovated, would that still come under the fee schedule?
So Jess will talk about a little bit more about the details of that, but that is a proposal that is on the table, and that is for any systems that would have to pull a permit for retrofit or replacement, it would trigger this program. Yeah. But that's a point of discussion for you all. And just one other example, this is a commercial project that was permitted but not yet constructed, and there was a proposed 51,460 square feet of snowmelt proposed. And that's not including gas fireplaces, outdoor pools, spas, and heat tape that is associated with that building. Snowmelt systems and heat trace systems also consume about 80% of their total energy load, even when they're idling. So a lot of times you'll hear like, oh, well, it's not running right now because it's not snowing. Well, those systems aren't totally turned off. They are idling. And when they idle, they're still idling at about 80% of their capacity. And so even when they're turned off, when they're not melting snow, there's still a significant energy draw from those.
So that's even in
systems.
the summer or just?
No, so the summer
always
it would
year
be
long?
shut off,
Okay.
but like, for example, some snowmelt systems have like a precipitation sensor, so it knows at a certain temperature range and certain precipitation range when it should kick on fully.
Mhm.
But in the meantime, as it's calculating all of that, it's still having to run
Hmm.
the majority of the system, and that's could be up to 80% of the load.
And is there, well, yeah.
No, go ahead.
Well, I just wondered if there's either, are there systems that we could require that are more efficient? Or like timers that actually turn it off and on,
So
or?
we'll talk about timers for particular systems. And there are opportunities for heat recovery. So for example, one of the probably the best snowmelt systems that we've seen is at the Grand Colorado on Peak 8, where they take some of the heat and the solar gain from the pool area and they pull it into the snowmelt system and they can recirculate that. But you're only getting what our engineers have calculated to be about 20% efficiency gain. And so it's still
a massive
still
amount
a
of
big chunk
energy.
of energy being used.
And do we have because if we pass this, and I hope we do, and I hope we do, I'm gonna hear someone say, well, snow melt versus the energy required from plowing, shoveling, yada, yada, yada. Is there a fraction that you can give us?
Do you know whether August has that number?
He's talked to us about it. I'll follow up with him.
The engineers that have helped both Summit County come up with this program, but also have consulted with Pitkin County and Carbondale over time have run those numbers, but
Yeah.
we don't have them right here. So we'll get that back to you.
But it's suffice to say, it's not in the same ballpark.
We don't believe so.
What he'll
one
tell
thing
you
that
and what
really
he's told us is that even if you have a snow melt system, you're still outside doing maintenance. So it's not like you're not doing any shoveling,
Yeah.
right?
And so with that, on the next slide, I'll turn it over to Jess and she can talk about how we came to the numbers that we got. to.
Before we go on, can I ask, what's the difference between heat trace and heat tape?
Same
No,
thing.
it's the same thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Or
Great.
go ahead. I can ask you later. Wait, do we make it cheaper to do the solar offset than
I'm
the
going
fee?
to answer your question, Dick.
Got it.
Okay.
Good, I was gonna suggest that. That's great.
All right. Thanks, everybody. We're really excited to bring this to you today. So just kind of brief recap of some things that Jesse mentioned is that during our Sustainable Building Code stakeholder process, this really was a commonly asked question. What are we doing about outdoor energy use? And it was a good question because as Jesse mentioned, we have done a really great job at prioritizing indoor energy efficiency. There's a lot of stuff going on outside that we have, frankly, no idea exactly how much there is. And what we do know, it's kind of mind blowing when you run the numbers. So once the building codes were in place, we decided it was a really good idea to start another stakeholder process and start coming up with an answer to these questions. And we assembled a stakeholder committee that you can see all of them members of on this screen, very similar to the folks who participated in the Sustainable Building Code development process. We have builders, designers, architects, large businesses who would be impacted by this program, and of course, your energy professionals and local governments. As Jesse mentioned, we hired a consultant, which is REG Engineering. They're based in Crested Butte, and they have worked with Pitkin County and Crested Butte on their program. So they have a wonderful wealth of knowledge and experience to share with us. And so over the past year, our stakeholder committee has met, and we have come up with the following recommendations. We can go to the next slide. So super high level, in a nutshell, as Jesse mentioned, what we're proposing is if you are a homeowner or commercial building owner / developer, and you install one of the outdoor energy use systems that is on this screen, you will either have to offset that energy use on site with an approved renewable energy system, or pay a fee in lieu, or some combination of both of those. Let's see. It's important to keep in mind that homeowners and developers always have the option of installing a smaller system size. If they balk at the amount of solar or the fee that's required, they can go back to their designer and say, okay, wait, I don't want to do this. Maybe I shouldn't install a driveway on the north side of my house. Maybe I should install a south facing driveway so I don't need any snow melt at all. We're really trying to encourage good design and forward thinking about what truly is necessary and what perhaps could be mitigated before even moving forward into this program. So that's the big picture. Here are some key details. The stakeholder group is recommending that we require 100% of the energy to be offset. That is something that's ultimately up for you all to decide. That's our recommendation. We would like to see 100% of the energy use offset. We would also like to require the renewable energy on site. Easy for homeowners. It's going to, we don't want to see developers purchasing into a solar garden down in the Front Range where we maybe can't guarantee that they're going to maintain a contract for 20 years, which is the lifetime of a solar PV system. And really the idea is the solar isn't in place the entire time for the life of your boiler, for example, for your snow melt system. We want to see that energy use offset for a 20-year period
That's the lifetime of the fossil fuel system. I would also like to highlight that there are exemptions for all of these. It's not just you install a hot tub and you are automatically, the program automatically applies to you. So for example, residentially, hot tubs that are above ground, packaged hot tubs, insulated, less than 64 square feet, one per household, are totally exempt. If you're installing more than one, the program applies to you. If you're installing a custom in-ground hot tub, the program applies to you. There are also exemptions for snow melt, especially on the commercial side. We want to make sure that we are considering public safety and emergency egress. So we have written in proposals for exemptions for the snow melt. And then there are some things that are asterisks. These for on the residential side, the fire pits and heat tape, full program does not apply, but we would like to require timers for these systems. Particularly for heat tape, the same engineering firm did a study of heat tape in Crested Butte, and they found that just by installing a timer and only running the heat tape from, oh God, I'm gonna mix up the hours of the day. I wanna say you should run it during the day, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., you decrease the energy use significantly. So that's a really important thing to consider, as well as timers on fire pits. You know, if people are just going outside and not paying attention to when they're running their gas fire pit, we want to see a timer installed on those. On the commercial side, what we would like to see for permitted fire pits and radiant heaters, and when they're permitted, that means they're actually plumbed into the natural gas system. They're not just the portable temporary ones. We're proposing a smaller offset at maybe 10%, just to help raise awareness for exactly how much natural gas these are using. It's pretty significant when you add up the amount of runtime that they are on every year. And then for existing systems, as Jesse mentioned, our stakeholder group believes that anytime a permit is pulled for a replacement or an expansion of one of these energy users, that the program should apply. So if in 20 years, someone's boiler fails and they need to replace it, they would go back through the program again. Okay, so what does this look like in practice? Well, because it was recently highlighted in the Summit Daily as the highest ever real estate transaction in the county, we decided to feature the property at 460 Timber Trail Road, which is a very lovely property at the base of Peak 8 Ski and Ski Out. If you read the article, you will recall that this home features an 18-person in-ground custom hot tub, 2,000 square feet of heated patio space, and a heated driveway. And we were able to get info from building department on how much heated space there is. And there's 4,842 square feet of snow melt at this house. So we ran it through our calculator. And this would require 98 kilowatts of solar to offset, or a fee of almost $293,000. To put the energy use in context, the heated driveway and patio space alone uses the same amount of energy as 16 Wellington Homes electricity use for a year.
Jesus.
It's just electricity, so I'm not including their natural gas use, but there we go. 98 kilowatts of solar is about 20% of the size of one of Breckenridge's solar gardens. So think of the solar garden, 20% of that would be needed to offset just the heated driveway and patio space for this home. And it seems like heated outdoor space is becoming a more preferred amenity for the luxury home set. There was another article in the Summit Daily last week about how luxury homes and home buyers are looking to extend their living space in the outdoors, and how heated patios and outdoor natural gas fire pits and fireplaces are the way to live in the outdoors as well. So this is really good for us to be thinking about now, because it could become much more common than it already is. Okay. So then you might be saying, all right, well, where did these numbers come from? Because that's a lot of solar. It's a lot of money. It's not just Jess and Jesse making things up, I promise. So we have a spreadsheet. We're using a spreadsheet that's based off of the spreadsheet that Pitkin County uses, that the engineers developed. and it has a bunch of these background calculations in them that I'll walk you through. The numbers, particularly, so in this energy use column, these numbers are based on 20 years of program implementation in Pitkin County, and they were put together by engineers and building professionals. And our consultant, August, is very confident in these numbers. In fact, he says, if anything, they are conservative and they're too low. So what we're showing here is for residential and commercial, for these different systems, this number is how many BTUs of energy do they use per square foot per year? That's our starting point. So then when you want to figure out how much energy is used, say for our 4,800 square foot outdoor heated space, you just multiply, this 83,000 BTUs per year times the square foot of heated outdoor space, and you get your total amount of energy used per year. Then you can take that number, you can multiply it by the fee per square foot to get your total fee. You can also multiply, you can do a conversion to kilowatts to figure out how much solar is necessary to produce that amount of energy. Now, where does the fee come from? We base the fee on the optimum cost of installing solar. So perfect case, best case scenario for installing solar. And we wanted to tie the fee to the cost of installing solar because we want to incentivize people to install solar through this program. So here's where the discount comes in. This is representative of your, best case cost of installing solar, but people, when they install solar, get a huge discount from the federal government. So residences currently can take a 26% tax credit. A business can also take a 26% tax credit plus an advanced depreciation schedule. So there's where the incentive comes in. The fee is the 100% full cost of installing solar. You actually install solar, you already have discounts built into that. So we're hoping that creates the economic incentive that people need to say, well, instead of paying the fee, I'm going to install the solar because it's going to be cheaper for me. Now, in the case where someone can't fit 98 kilowatts of solar on their roof, you can do a hybrid. So you can maximize out your roof space, and then we can figure out, use our spreadsheet calculator to figure out, okay, this is how much you've installed, and then this is how much of the fee that's remaining. Okay, so now Jesse's going to talk about next steps.
Great. So we just wanted to get this initial program in front of you guys, get some initial feedback. How are you guys feeling about this? Take some of your comments and information back to the stakeholder group. This will be a county-wide proposal. This will go to each jurisdiction. Some of the details of the program can vary between jurisdictions. So say here in Breckenridge, you want to offset 100% of snowmelt systems, and unincorporated Summit County just wants to do 50%. We can go that way. So we don't all have to agree on all of those details, but we wanted to get this out in front of you, given that we have some of the highest commercial use in particular in the county to get your initial feedback. And so we're looking at returning to the stakeholder group over the next couple months and then bringing a full proposal back to council this fall. And the goal would be to implement a program by March 1st of 2022, should the timeline stick to what we think we're going to need. And so with that, I'd be happy to take questions and get some initial feedback and jot some notes down.
Oh, you're looking at me like you had a question. Questions?
I have a question.
Kelly.
Is there any way to get to like an appropriate, and I use that term very loosely, amount of outdoor heating, and then above that we could charge over 100%, like, more like 150 or 200%? Because I think, $292,000 as a fee for that $17 million house is nothing. So I feel like if we wanted to, and not that double that would really be anything either, but if we really want to discourage the use of energy and also have people who have that kind of excessive funds to help us as a town of Breck to reach our goal, because we already have a lot of energy use that we're gonna try to offset. Is there any route forward there, or is that just?
I think to answer your second question, I don't see any reason why you couldn't require above 100% offset if you wanted to. That you will run into, if you are truly installing a renewable energy system, you're going to run into state rules around how much you can oversize a system. And that is actually also changing. So that might go up as high as 200%. But so there's some other rules there. And so that's a political question. To answer the first part of that question, what's an appropriate outdoor heating use? Like, if you want my professional opinion, it's 0. But if you want to have, a discussion about community amenities and public safety, then that's a number that I don't know that there's a best practice around that. I think that would be up to you to decide. So I just put that back on you.
The exemption as we've defined it now for residential snow melt is 100 square feet contiguous to the home. So someone could safely get out of their home and go to their driveway.
And it's 100 square feet per emergency egress for commercial. So
Really?
anywhere you have an emergency exit, you would have 100 square feet of snow melt exempted as well.
Julia? Thank you.
State again for residential snow melt. What's the number? Not 10 by 10, that's commercial.
100 square feet of snow melt adjacent to the building.
For both
Residential.
sidewalk that leads to your driveway.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there any way to accelerate this timeline process? I mean, it seems like we have to wait for the other municipalities to follow suit. Is there any way we can just, if there's a consensus, if there's a will with the council, to make this a town, town edict and have it happen quicker than rather than March of 2021?
There's no reason to think that we have to stick, we wanted to do this as part of the climate collaborative, but because each jurisdiction will have their own input on the program, we can, if nobody else wants to approve it and Breck does, we can certainly move forward. So yes.
And I would imagine that process is going to be amending our code to include this, right? Yeah. So I think it's just a matter. I mean, not everybody approved the climate action plan, right?
No, I mean, some people want to go with coal.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think there's no reason why, if you agree on what you think those terms would be and that, there's no reason you couldn't start ASAP, start revise get revisions to the code. And there could be some value in doing that while Tim Berry's still here.
Yeah.
Because he understands that part of our code better than anybody else is going to, so.
Mark or Julia, where are we right now with our code provisions that pertain to these kind of things?
That would have to be revised.
Right. Right.
Yeah, we have to go and make some adjustments like that. The only thing I would say is there may be some value in at least get a countywide or, Summit County and Frisco on board with the overall proposal in the next couple of months. Or get that faster. So we're trying to,
But why does that matter to us? If we think it's the right thing to do,
Can you get Mark a microphone?
Mark, just grab right up there.
Yeah, after this.
I'd say that,
Is that on?
yeah, it is.
some consistency for the contractors when they're, it's just like the building provisions of zero energy ready homes and that.
Just tap it.
do virtual meet.
There, okay. So having some consistency with the contractors is helpful from that perspective in terms of that they go to each jurisdiction and the rules aren't different in each one. And so that's what we try to do with the zero energy ready homes and the sustainability checklist before. So I think we should at least make that attempt in the next couple months. And then if we decide that we want to go a different way or faster, I think that would be fine at that point.
But our zoning and planning and our, our points, they don't always conform with the other municipalities on other things, right?
Yeah, right.
Yes, they don't. They don't. Yes, yeah.
Request
In-
from the stakeholder group?
It was just the approach, not a particular request.
Again, I can see the validity of kind of playing in the same sandbox. But if Tim's gonna leave our sandbox, I'd just soon have this thing faster while he's still here. And I'd hate to lose time on this. I mean, this is, so I don't know how anybody else feels about it.
Mark, the wisdom that I hear you saying is that if somebody's just starting to design a home now, they have the luxury of knowing this is coming down the road, so they can incorporate that into their design, because this is all going forward. We're not retrofitting anything in the backfield.
Correct.
So I see the wisdom of trying to get everybody on board. And when you're talking March 2022, that's not even a year away. It's July.
But it's a Tim away.
Them away.
It's Tim away.
Tim
Oh,
away.
Mark.
So for a large house, they just max out the points. There's no, right? So for Timber Trail, we don't have, I hate to keep picking on this house, but since you guys started it, for that house, for instance, for that 4,000 plus square feet of heated area, they maxed out their points. It didn't matter how much more they added. So there's no really disincentive at that point for a house that big, because they can only get so many negative points.
You want to come sit over here?
Tim Berry's seat since he's not here.
Yeah, it was gonna be new Timberry.
Make them comfortable, Dennis.
We changed the points recently on that. So until recently, there was a max on those. And now there's more points that can be accrued the larger the system is. So it used to be like 2 point, you got 2 negative points. Now it goes up in increments based on the square footage.
What's the max?
I'd have to look at the code, Julius.
Julia's feverishly looking right now.
I mean, I guess what I'm driving at is this makes more sense because you can't get so many points that you can't build the house. You can always mitigate. That's where code is developed. So somebody that can do other things can always mitigate their way out of as much outdoor heated area as possible. As big of a hot tub, as big of a pool, snow melt, everything.
Right.
Right?
Right. And the way the code works right now, you could offset part of that by putting in more landscaping,
Right.
things like that. Whereas this more addresses it specifically, if you're going to use energy, you're going to have to offset it with renewable energy.
I love that.
Thank you.
It's a lot.
I mean,
5,000
that's
square
for-
feet is 1 minus point?
No, it's 2. It's 4, but you can, so for 5. But for negative 5 points, you can get 10,000 square feet. Yeah, that's nothing.
Ridiculous.
You can offset -4 with landscaping. And then you used to be able to clean a gravestone, but I don't allow that anymore.
Clean a gravestone?
You used to be able to give money to clean one of the gravestones and you got a point for that. Yep.
That would have been a good, I could have got into that business.
Yeah, you used to get a point for paving your driveway, which, anyway.
Kelly reminded me when she mentioned the purchase price of that house. I just want to also reiterate that some of the questions we have got, well, how will this impact locals and workforce housing? We don't see snow melt installed in workforce housing developments. And I also think that most workforce folks who have their own hot tubs are putting in hot tubs
Smaller.
that are less than 64 square feet. So we really don't think this is going to impact local housing. And when we're talking about equity too, obviously the intent is for people to install solar, well, actually to install less first and then solar and then pay the fee. But, when we talk about equity, this fund that would be created could, in other communities, goes back out into the community to help provide rebates and grants for renewable energy and energy efficiency projects. So then it can go back and help our folks in Wellington put their solar panels on through the Solarize program.
Excellent.
You have to convince this council about the merits of the program. It's just more about when can they do it?
Just wanted to put that out there.
And I will just raise one other issue that keeps coming up at the stakeholder group, and we did just do a survey of that group and got additional input, and that is just kind of it's drawing the distinction between a luxury amenity and public safety, and what is the appropriate amount. And so the question that we keep getting posed is, if we're going to play this game, how are we going to address public projects? And that is a political question that is absolutely up to you guys, but I want to make sure that that is clearly out there, because these stakeholders did not, participate in this lightly without saying, what is the town, what are the jurisdictions going to do about public projects? So I just want to throw that out there.
All I did was think about our parking garage when I was reading this.
I wasn't going to bring that up, but.
Well, that's grandfathered.
That for that too.
Oh, we are, but it did make, it makes you think about it, right? So
That's something that's going to be used
I know.
by everybody.
But we really should,
We should,
Yeah.
we should offset it.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
mean, that's what we should do.
agreed.
You want to be
We
a
have
steward?
some ideas we're working on.
Kelly
And I
Strand.
think that's the point, is the
Yeah,
offsetting. I would actually, some of these exemptions, I'd have questions about. So the timer. Do we limit the time on the timer? Because like, if there's a 5-hour timer, I mean, that kind of defeats the whole purpose, right?
It's a great question. I'm not sure we can really do that.
Okay.
Think of it as your like hot tub timer, right? You have like an hour or 45 minutes. It is kind of
Yeah.
that's the kind of timer that
It's
you're
not
gonna
like
be
a
putting in
Christmas
there.
tree light where it's like, it's on for 12 hours.
Well, that's what I,
But I
would
don't
like
know,
to
I don't know,
see.
I don't
Yeah.
know how you would, I don't know
ask
how to
August.
enforce that.
but
Yeah.
Certainly,
I just figure if we're enforcing the fact that they have a timer, perhaps we could make sure it's the right kind of timer. I mean, because we're already enforcing that already. Maybe it's something that we could do. I'm a bit torn on the 100 square feet of snow melt adjacent to the building exemptions, honestly. I don't know, it's $5,000. I'm torn on it because either, like you said, like workforce housing doesn't have heat, and we're saying it's a necessity, but I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't know. I'm curious to know how much of those there are. And are we, living up to what we're trying to do here? I know it's small, but just
I can
because it's
tell
small
you, I'm sorry.
doesn't still mean something.
I can tell you from a commercial standpoint, and we've dealt with some of these. If you're in, and you're only gonna have part of a building in the sun, and there's a real issue here. If you're not able to have some amount of snow melt, a limited amount to create a safe passageway. I mean, because it's just.
We're not saying that you can't. We're saying
But-
you have to pay for it. And they're already paying, the thing is, they're already paying for it, right? It's not like they're getting these heated sidewalks or whatever for free anyway. It's an extra fee. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what
I-
other people think.
I feel like it's a life safety issue, and I think we're just feeding, there's gonna be a lot in the building community. They're gonna go, here you go, raising building costs again. And I think this is just something to offer to that group to say, here's an exception.
I would rather go after like a maximum amount or something. than this little 10 by 10.
Yeah, I'm with Dick. I agree. I think there's a life safety issue. I think it's important that we allow that to happen in certain areas.
And accessibility, actually.
Absolutely. Yeah.
If it's the desire of the majority of you that we do this sooner than later, let us regroup and talk about it internally and see what, what be reasonable.
Is that the desire of the group?
Not for me. I'm good. I'm good with March. I think it's coming up, and the fact that Tim Berry's leaving, that shouldn't be the people that are building houses' problems. I mean, that's our problem. That's just
I
how I
want to
feel.
accelerate it. So.
I know Jeffrey wants to accelerate it for a different reason though.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm on board with what Mark suggested. I mean, in the next couple months, you're meeting with the other municipalities. If there's not interest, then we go on a accelerated timeline.
Do you think that this is big enough that people would accelerate their timelines, their building timelines in order to avoid these fees?
No.
Knowing that it's coming?
Yeah. Design your house any
That's- I
quicker,
just-
build it any quicker.
Yeah, okay.
for a lot of stuff that gets built though, this won't apply.
Yeah.
I mean,
With the exceptions.
yeah, with the exceptions. I mean, the exemptions of a 64 square foot hot tub. You know, a lot of the hot tubs that are residential use, they're smaller than that.
Commercial.
They're 40. No, I'm talking about residential. Commercial is a different thing because commercial makes money off of what they're doing. Residential, I have a different feeling about. Take out the STR discussion for a moment. I have a different feeling about some of the houses that get built in the community where I don't want to. I think there's some need for this stuff in a mountain environment. So if we have exemptions for people, you live in the mountains, look, you want a hot tub. I totally get that. I think having an exemption for a smaller, reasonable hot tub is totally legit. So,
Agreed.
If we do wait to have these communications and the other entities want to make changes, are we okay? Is that the thought that we would be kind of negotiating or compromising with the other entities?
no, because
during
we
this
can
conversation?
still write the code that we want.
Yeah.
But I would still be interested to hear what the other municipalities say. They may come up with something that we have not
Mhm.
thought about yet. There'll be somebody that will say, hey, listen, you know what's a good idea is this. So,
Yeah, I see something in the middle. I hear Jeffrey and agree. I also hear Dennis and agree. I mean, can we at least let you take the first step with the other municipalities and get a
Who do you agree
sense of
with more?
who's better looking?
Who's better looking?
Just the timeline?
Yeah, just the timeline.
Like Mark's suggestion is a great compromise on the timeline.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, because if some of the municipalities just say, we're not going to do this, then we can,
Go for it.
Might as well.
Yeah,
okay.
agreed.
Does that give you enough to work with? Thank you for coming.
That was a great presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well done.
Jess Hoover finished second in her age group.
Yeah, and the
class at
firecracker.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was it 18 to?
18
22?
to 29. Yeah.
Yeah.
We are going to take
Thanks,
a
Jeffrey.
quick 5-minute break.
Let's kick, yeah.
I just feel like
Yeah, you did. Shannon coming back?
I think she's coming back. I don't know.
Just gotten sick and tired of walk. Finally got to her and she walked
Finally
out.
lost it.
We call the work session back to order and we move on to short-term rental and workforce housing discussion. Rick?
Just a couple things that I want to just bring you up to speed on. I want you to know that we have engaged into the contract with EPS to do our Nexus study, looking at our short-term rental properties in relation to the loss of traditional long-term rentals, workforce housing units in town, employee generation, et cetera, some of the things that they're looking at within that study. We're also, I think that you're continuing to monitor, you're seeing the reports of, the housing units that we're losing each week to short-term rentals. And so, typically on average, maybe half of those that you see are had other use before, but we don't know for sure what that other use was, but we feel fairly confident that it was either, owner occupied long-term rental or just a second home for somebody. Typically, we're going to meet this week to look at our data collection. So to see if we can firm up some of that a little better and just have a little more faith, at least going forward in some of that and how we're collecting that data and understanding what those units are changing, how they're being used, et cetera, and that. So we're continuing to evaluate that. And, so I think there's going to be, what I want to do at some point is I want to, bring in our legal counsel to meet with you, probably in an executive session type setting to really understand to give you legal advice as you continue to look forward into whether we're going to do go to the electors for some type of tax or whether we're going to do kind of more of a fee program associated with based on these studies we're looking at, et cetera. So I don't know when I'll get that scheduled, but soon for that opportunity, because I do think that that's something that we have to decide sooner than later, which direction we think is appropriate for us to go with this. Knowing that the goal of the council is how are we going to get out there? How are we going to have opportunities to impact workforce housing, right? Because we know from our 2019 housing assessment that we need 1,000 units today in the upper blue. And that at the very low end, if we were able to partner like we did with our fabulous, groundbreaking today with Gorman, at the very low end, that's $100 million, up to $500 million if we were to develop, 1,000 units today at today's market. And you can't do that on $3 million a year. It takes a lot of years to get that up. So there has to be a funding source to address the impacts that we're seeing, the programs that we need, compliance efforts, everything, staffing, all of that stuff. So
What kind of lead time do we need for a ballot initiative in April? Okay, January? Okay.
That's when we legally have to submit the question.
No.
Yes, it would be, I believe the second meeting in January is the one that's required because of the out of country ballots that have to be sent early.
and that'd be the ordinance. Yeah. Realistically, I think we'd want to do it at the latest early fall.
Okay.
Would be my recommendation. So because I think I think there's education that has to occur and, I think we haven't So right now, our short-term rental licensing is based on bedroom counts from in our Bolt business and occupational licensing tax relative to short accommodations. Hasn't changed in 30 years, right? Those fees, that rate that's in the ordinance. Pardon?
No,
the
license,
license.
$150.
Per bedroom for that. That was, wasn't it 1990 or something that was established? Yeah, I believe it was
I think it's been a
1990.
long time.
Yeah.
Like
Wholesale
30
change
years
at
when
one
we had
point,
that
and
conversation.
gave up.
It's been in place.
What's the timeline for the study? When would that be done by?
He said 2 to 3 months. We tried to keep it at 60 days, but I'm not super confident it will happen that quick.
Is he just gonna tell us something we already know?
Well, I think what he's gonna try to do is put science to what your gut's telling you, right? So try to give you data to support what you think you already know. Which is that's a critical piece.
That's,
of
Is
this.
he-
important.
Is he gonna report back on a dollar amount for fees, like that sort of thing?
Well, I don't know that he'll report back on the fees, but what he would do is confirm the dollar amount needed based
Okay,
on
yeah.
programs.
Okay,
And one of those programs is new construction,
right.
housing helps, buy downs, long-term, short-term conversion to long-term. Those are kind of the four pieces of the puzzle that we're trying to target when we look at our housing program right now. We look at how do we, we're contracting now to learn from Truckee. How do we incentivize short-term to become long-term? Doing what we call our buy down program, doing housing helps, and then new construction. Are really, am I missing something, Lori? I think those are the four pieces, and each of those has a price tag on them.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time.
Yeah.
Rick, what is what are the pros and cons of a ballot initiative versus an impact fee?
Well, I don't want to go into that with you. I'd prefer that's where you get legal advice.
Okay.
On that, okay? Because there's a lot of variables and things for you to consider on that, so. And I'd rather leave that to those people that we hire that do this for a living to talk about that. Which I'm being told in that communication, as they put it, is the question du jour of the day. They were been on the call with 3 different communities looking at different strategies, everything from what they call a vacant home tax to how somebody could do a real estate transfer for housing around Tabor, with getting around Tabor, et cetera. So.
And there are a couple discussions at the state level, but that's not gonna happen for a while, so it's on us to make.
I think that's gonna be hard to get anywhere on the state level.
Yeah.
They've tried Gallagher stuff.
I mean, I'm so proud of what we do here. And I think we all felt it. I hope you all felt it being out there today that, we jump on this stuff quickly and we make things happen and we work well. And I think, they recognize that. We have a great partner in Gorman. I love working with them. They make things happen, and it's obvious that they're well respected with those entities in the state that help do this, which says so much for, our success in getting the funding we got. You heard the numbers that were quoted today that these rents will be for people living there, which is fantastic. We have the draft of a contract that we're already looking to negotiate with them for the next 150 to 200 units that we want to do. I don't think there's any more right now we could be doing to expedite new construction. I say that. And give Lori at least, 8 hours a day where she's not here all the time. But some things are gonna come up a week from tomorrow, right? We're gonna have that Housing Action Initiative on the 21st from 8 AM to 2 PM at Beaver Run. And it's, it's gonna have, I hope, 60 to 80 people there saying, what are brainstorming different things we can do and what are the obstacles that we need to overcome and how do we make things happen? And we may walk out of there with a partnership opportunity with the county to say, hey, let's do a project on XYZ spot right here. So that it may, it could be another 40 units we get in the mix and get going on right away. I could see that happening. I mean, that's what we hope is going to happen. And hopefully it's not just Breckenridge. Hopefully we're going Lake Hill, Lake Hill, Lake Hill. What can we do? But anyways, that's where we're at. I really just, are there any questions, comments where, from things you want to see right now or anything you want to discuss?
Well, I guess I'm just a little bit worried because we started having these tables, I think in January, sometime over the winter. And I felt like 3 of the 4 round tables said, do something today. And here we are in July saying, we're going to have a 90-day, 60 hopefully, but probably 90-day study. And when the study's done, then we'll be deciding if it's a tax. We won't even be going to the ballot till April. So I'm a little bit worried about the number of units we're losing per week and just the change overall in number of short-term rentals. And I'm wondering if there's anything else we should be doing. I know that you listed, we're working with landing locals and things like that, but we're still increasing the number of short-term rental licenses every single week. And I'm wondering if we should be doing something about that.
You could do a moratorium. We've done them on other things and you can do a moratorium if you want to cease the submittal or, you would not take any applications or grant any new short-term licenses for a period of time.
Yeah, we could do a temporary moratorium until we figure it out.
Well, yeah, generally you set the time, you set the deadline, you say, hey, and you can do it.
And we could do something between 60 to 90 days till we get this information back from the study.
Well, I think if we were gonna do it, it would be till the vote.
We don't know if there's gonna be a vote though, do we?
need to make a decision. I still am wide open to keep that as an option. But I guess I'm not ready to do it tonight. Just, I think it has to still be an option on the table because the number that we need is going up every day. And, but I guess I'd like to hear from the attorney and really get a solid plan, and that could be part of it. Then, because clearly it would be temporary and we could have an ending time with our plan that coincided with our plan
Should we,
for me.
so when you say, are you thinking like next meeting we talk to our attorney?
It's up to when Rick can get them scheduled.
Well, the other thing I think that would be helpful to have this discussion is the fee versus tax discussion, right? Because if we're going for a tax, then that's probably further out than a fee. So that might be a good part of the discussion as well, instead of having arbitrary dates in between. If there is a fee and we can just do it more quickly, that would be something that I'd want to consider as well. When are we having the fee or tax discussion?
Well, the first discussion I want you is to seek legal advice from your legal counsel relative to that matter.
Yeah, so next Tuesday.
Larger discussion.
I'm
would
gonna try
probably
to
follow.
have I have a meeting with our attorney tomorrow.
Okay.
And I'm trying to schedule it for your next meeting.
Okay.
And the larger discussion would come after the study's out, likely,
And the study's coming out, so I'm
in
sorry.
like 2 months.
2 months from
3
now,
maybe.
2 to 3
60
months.
90 days.
From now?
Yeah, from this week.
I mean, we signed the contract last week. So.
Got it. Okay. So then we have some options for next meeting.
You have, yeah, I mean, this is something that is on your radar screen constantly, which is good because it's on ours too. And, you know, it's important that, you know, probably some of you would be ready to react tonight and do something if you needed to. And some say, let's wait a while and see. It will have impacts, you know that, right? You will be inundated with all kinds of comments and things because deals will fall through, things won't happen, homes won't sell. You know, all that kind of stuff you're going to hear about if you do a moratorium. But it doesn't mean that it, you know, can't be done. Steamboat did, I can't remember exactly what theirs is, but it was a moratorium, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
Temporary moratorium.
We could do a moratorium on units that have not been short-term rentals.
Well,
That's a
that's, I
possibility.
don't like selectively.
Yeah.
Without any reason. You know, identifying certain ones. I don't feel great about that.
I don't mean identify them, I mean, it's the broad stroke. It's
So
just
yeah,
an idea.
the moratorium would then be instead of no new short-term, well,
No, it
I
would
guess
be no
no-
new short-term rentals.
but, well, or, yeah, it would be no more new units, kind of like the moratorium that we did on no new pot shops, right?
I know the problem.
could-
I
it
feel
could
like
change,
you have
the
all of a
license could change.
sudden artificially inflated the value
Of
of
some
a
units.
current
Yeah.
residence that has a
Exactly.
license.
Yeah, I'm not saying,
No, I
I
know.
want to do it.
I'm
I'm just
not-
saying
I
that
just
that's
have-
a way to do what Dennis is saying. It wouldn't be unprecedented.
Yeah, I see what you're
Yeah.
saying.
That would be my concern, Dennis, on that part. but-
I think we try to get legal advice as soon as possible. And even if we have to set a special session, we make a decision on what we're gonna do, because we understand at this point, that, you know, and it's not anecdotal, we've got some of these programs in place, we see what they cost. And we know we need to generate a lot of money. So how are we gonna do that? And to mitigate the impacts of short-term rentals, so. I think we try to get a meeting with the attorney as soon as possible. And we then move forward quickly and try to get a strategy and then roll with it. And a temporary moratorium could be part of it. I don't know. I mean, we've got to have that discussion in conjunction with our strategy.
Yeah.
Have we heard more from that? Wasn't there a group that was also going to work on this from the lodging community? Or not, not lodging.
Well, we received a letter
Management.
of this people that wanted to help us.
Yeah.
And yeah,
And then nothing.
no.
Yeah,
I'm very disappointed in that there weren't, you know, there were people that decided they did not want to participate on the, not everybody in the county wanted to participate in this long-term rental
Landing
incentive
locals.
program. But I just feel like we have to try everything we can try, and why not learn from people that have been successful in other places instead of reinventing the wheel?
Well, Rick, the problems, we've got the biggest problem. We've got, by tenfold the most licenses, short-term rental licenses in the county, so.
Well, the county has
And the county.
more than us,
And the
actually.
Good partner to us because
Counties-
our boundaries are small compared to
The bulk of the counties,
our area.
short-term rentals are like Copper and Keystone, those resort areas.
Well, and also surrounding our
Yeah,
borders.
they
our
do,
boundaries.
but-
So if we get the county on board, I think
The county is partnering with
Yeah.
us.
that's the big one, and the others.
Yep.
It's a smaller issue for them.
No, I'm excited. I think this is not your typical housing summit where you sit up there and listen to what we've done in the last 10 years. This is what you're taking, Lori will spend 2 minutes telling them what we have in the pipeline. So don't say this because it's in the pipeline and we're doing it. But that's a very quick, and then we get to this really kind of a brainstorming type thing where ideas are brought up there, and then they're going to kind of break people up go into breakout rooms that kind of start addressing, the priority ideas that emerge in this. So we'll see how it shakes out.
I'm with Dick. I would come to a special session if it took that.
Yeah. Let me see what I can do. I know they're open. So I think it'll be sooner than later. Okay. I'll have it.
All right.
Meanwhile, we'll keep monitoring.
We have a little bit of time. You guys want to do reports?
Yeah, let's.
Eric. So if somebody wants a short-term rental right now, they want to turn their property into a short-term rental. The only thing they have to do is the bulk fee and the number of bedrooms.
Table, so you don't yell at her.
So the bowl includes the price per the number of bedrooms. And then in addition to that, we do have an administrative fee, which covers the cost of our program. Then covers the cost of the accommodations compliance administrator, as well as the software that we use for compliance and the hotline.
A 3-bedroom, 2-bath house that I want to turn into a short-term rental. What am I giving you?
Yeah, it's like $300, a little less.
While you're paying residential property tax.
So if you remember that your accommodations licensing in the Bolt that was passed in 1990 is earmarked for marketing. And it generates $1,900,000. Yeah, 800,000-900,000 a year under those low numbers that it has there. So they're all business. It's for all businesses. Yeah. Not just accommodations. So. This whole microphone thing's gonna drive us crazy.
We get it. We need to hang some microphones from the ceiling.
All right. Any other questions on anything? I have a few things that could take a little bit of discussion, Eric.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that and then we'll break for dinner.
All right. If we have time, we could still do council reports and things.
Yep.
We're at a point where we're ready to, where FERC is taking the lead on the nonprofit campus that we've been discussing up at the McCain site. And they're at a place where they would like some type of formal agreement, which locks in council's commitment for that, because they want to start looking at marketing their assets, which is part of their whole development plan. And their goal is to be going vertical next summer. So they've got to start getting really serious about that. Know that, you're not going to change your mind on them. And so, we can figure out what that document is. But what do you need to know as a council from them to make you comfortable in entering into that agreement that would secure that space as a nonprofit campus and provide a location for that, what I'm going to call flagship nonprofit, which is FERC, who's bringing this forward. And then, to me, there'll be conditions in this that, we know today that FERC is driving one of those buildings that's going to occupy Building Hope. But no matter what it looks like, you still need to have, I think, final approval, even if it's 5 years from now, of who else might join that campus. Because it still would be FERC doesn't want to control the campus. They want to control their building this would be setting on our land that's there for whatever we determine a 50-year lease or whatever that is, you know. So those are the things, but the first thing is they need to know that this is locked in.
And how much land did we ever settle on?
Well, we redid the drawing a little bit. It was 3.6.
3.6.
And because we had to change the turning radiuses to allow buses, fire trucks and semis that deliver to the food bank and that for FERC, it probably has got pushed in, but so I'm gonna guess, I don't know, anywhere from 3.1 to 3.6.
Rick, when you
3.4.
say 3.6, does that include the pond?
No, so it's
Buildable.
5 with the pond, but the 3.6 does include parking that is intended to be shared with the apartment complex.
So it's closer to 5
But
almost.
it is 5.
Is this the same as what we saw when we were debating the McCain master plan? It hasn't changed since
Well, I
then?
mean, one of the things you might want to see is another mock-up, right? To make you comfortable with what this looks like. You're not gonna see elevations, you're gonna see a map, and we should be able to have a revise, who do I have anybody in here doing that? Shannon, a little bit. We should be able to have a revised thing we could bring back to you and that.
But that acre and a half pond is unusable for anything.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, it will be, I say it's unusable, you have to build drainage retention on that site. So what better place to put it and build it around there? So, I mean, it creates a nice open look too, because when you pull in, you're actually looking across that as you see the other stuff there. So
my only concern with going too fast is we've looked at that site and we want to get it right. You know, there's just a lot going on quickly out there.
Yeah.
And for me, it might benefit us to have a work session with some of the key players from FERC. And because the question I'd like to ask is, how far have you gotten in talking with the other nonprofits and who are we considering, and just how big does this building need to be? Does this campus, whatever we're gonna call it, need? Because we need to get it right if we're gonna do this.
And Shannon's leading that part of those conversations, and she's got a meeting with one other potential coming up. I think that's reasonable. Let me see if we can get that scheduled, and I think they'd probably welcome coming in, talking about that a little bit. So we're trying to, we're trying to come back to you potentially at the next meeting with a little bit, surprise, a little revision to the McCain master plan. Because when we were in front of you last time, I think there was some uncertainty on snow storage, different things like that. We feel like we have a very good workable plan that will cover our needs for years into the future, with a few tweaks. And we felt we needed to tweak that roadway going through there because it was, would have turned into a straightaway racetrack. So we want to put a little curvature in it, but so we're Norris, if they can get it changed, we may come to you at the next meeting, and we'll see if we could get
So I can say from the meetings we've already had that the way the site was originally drawn was for 3 7,500 square foot pads with the potential to go to the second level. In the first building, FERC would be taking up the majority of the space. Building Hope would have about 1,500 square feet. There would be some shared space in there as well. And there's another, I'll just say Health and Human Service organization that I don't want to name because we're still going to talk to their board, but they were just looking for a couple of rooms to do different services outside of their normal facility. And that really takes up all that space.
and that's
All three pads or 2 pads? One pad.
A one pad,
One
okay.
building,
Got it.
but that really takes up the majority of the space.
Which
FERC
is
needs,
15,000.
which would be 15,000 square feet.
And
Um,
and maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just one building.
Yeah, what if?
The plan was never to have it necessarily planned out for the entire, but have those opportunities there. And it might take 5 years for somebody else to even come forward if they need it.
But do we want
Are you
those
saying-
opportunities? I
You
don't
know?
know.
like Rick said, I have a meeting coming up at the end of the month with another organization that has been in front of you before and expressed interest in having a campus for their facility here in town, and they're very interested in a second spot in that.
You would probably support.
So you've only heard from the 4?
No, I've heard
Nonprofit.
from
5.
6.
Yeah,
And some have said, well, we really could use some office space, but if we could get a room, right? They're not interested in a building.
Mhm.
And so if they could fit into a space, I think that would make sense, but to have a space specifically designed for some of these folks that have reached out, it probably wouldn't.
We're not building a building.
Yeah,
We're just giving land. We're not doing, I mean, that's all we're doing. If there's
Yeah.
3,750 square foot pads that fit with the road and fit into the thing, okay. I have no problem signing an agreement that,
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the site plan we need to get right. That's what I want to do. I mean, I think we should discuss childcare at some point. Is this a location to put a childcare center?
Yeah.
And we might not build it right away, but do we earmark part of one of those pads for childcare?
Could we get the 1A money to?
we could get, there's money at DOLA. When we were at the thing today, Rick Davies asked if we were thinking about doing any childcare out there by that housing. He said there's money available.
Well, we only need 25 more employees to staff at the childcare facilities that we already have in the county.
Well, we could
so that
house
might be a
them
ways out.
there.
So, robots.
But I do think that we are
Kids love
responsible for,
Kids do love robots.
I do think we're responsible for what goes in there though. And along those lines, Eric, I know you made a comment last meeting. And I know that there's some thoughts out there too about if this is the right place for these services too. I would really, as far as what to know, I would really like to know how these needs are going to continue to be met throughout the rest of the county. I've heard a couple of different answers and I would like to know exactly what their plan is and how that's going to be executed. And I think Dick's idea is great too. If we could have a public conversation with these entities too, that would be ideal if that's possible.
Yeah, and I will say that Brian has been very clear that they've surveyed their clients, and the majority of them prefer not to come in person. 2, there's been a huge shift in the population of the people accessing their services to the south side of the county. And they still intend to have a food bank on the north side of the county. But I think obviously Brianne is the best person to talk
Yeah.
through that and why she and her board feel comfortable with the move.
And the same with Building Hope. I would like.
So Building Hope doesn't actually, other than providing space for a therapist who maybe is coming from outside of the county or doesn't have office space, they don't provide services at their location.
Anywhere, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Is there a housing
Really office
component
space.
built into this?
No. There is some, they've all said, the ones that we've talked to have said that they don't currently have a housing need, but that they might be interested in the future in doing some kind of master lease with Gorman.
They don't have a housing need.
Yeah, that's not what they told us when we had that.
All 3 of well,
I also
3
had a
of the
different
ones.
answer too for that too. But I would love to ask that question. That's curious to me, but what that means. I just.
Well, they have an employee need,
surprised.
so we can only assume they have a housing need.
They don't,
so.
they're not housed.
Depending who you listen to, there's no housing crisis in the county too.
I
We
feel
we
like-
made it up.
I feel like.
All right,
that's what-
let me, I'll move on there and see what we can get.
Thank you.
I think, did I let you all, I'm not sure if I followed up with you all, the MT 2030 Sustainability Conference, they've agreed that September of next year is fine.
great.
So instead of doing it in spring, it will be in September.
Great.
Um, We've had a meeting with Julia, and Shannon and I met with Verizon. I've reached out. I said, look, we have to do something. There is, I mean, I have never seen it's as bad as it is, especially in the Wellington neighborhood, coming up along Wellington Road.
White Horn.
I don't know. We're working on them. I emailed them again as 2 days ago to see, look, I suggested mobile cell towers you can bring in that we've used in the past, if possible, to do something. We got to look for some fix. I mean, it's so bad that you just can't. I'm concerned about the ability to do, you know, if we have a bad an emergency situation or something, for just me being able to contact, I can't get a call or make a call, you know, so. But that's where we're
So,
at.
The one thing Eric had actually brought up was whether or not Allo could supply or provide a landline to council members who are on Verizon and have issues at home and have Allo service. They could do it for a month for free if we wanted it, and then they start
Do
charging.
they sell landline phones in there?
You do.
I don't.
I actually got a landline phone when we had Comcast. It's through your internet. It's expensive though. It's $25 a month. Are you?
The first month for free.
Well, you know, with Comcast, it was like $8 a
Us
month.
if you need to talk to me, Rick. I'm sorry.
We're supposed to be able to use Wi-Fi, right? But is it just not, I thought my phone was set up to do that.
To do Wi-Fi?
To connect to
Wi-Fi,
It's weird. It's weird to set it up.
but it's not, okay.
I know, it's weird to set it up.
Talk about,
Yeah.
but it doesn't seem to be working
Wi-Fi calling.
all the time.
Excuse me.
Has everybody followed up with Peyton to get registered if you're attending the Housing Action Initiative? Name?
Not yet. but I'll
Name-
follow up.
Who all's plan on going?
Is it?
Next Wednesday.
Which
Week from
hours is it
tomorrow.
in the morning?
2
Oh, yeah.
PM Wednesday, the 21st.
Cool.
Let's make sure we get you all registered.
Must have called Peyton.
Coffee Talk is this Friday.
Is
At-
is that a ski area, Coffee Talk?
What?
Yes.
Oh, in the ski area.
Okay.
Like Sevens.
It's up at 7, so allow for more time.
At Seven's Restaurant?
Take the gondola up there. 9 o'clock starts. That's it. Oh, yeah. Shannon, give you a brief update of where we're at with Quandary.
Did we close it?
So we have been working with the county to try to come up with a plan. A couple of things have happened. Their road and bridge is going to work on that small expansion of the lot that was discussed. They think they can do that while the lot is still open with a minimum of negative impact to folks. So that would get about 15 to 20 additional spaces in the lot. We have had a conversation with Interstate about providing managed parking in the lot, which would operate via a reservation system. So we actually have a meeting at 1 o'clock tomorrow with Interstate and also with a shuttle provider to start running shuttle service up there as well. They're going to stripe the lot, which is really necessary if you're going to do any kind of managed parking. They'll roll it and mag chloride it, just like we did with the South Gondola lot a couple years back. And so that's sort of that's the plan as it stands right now. They think that they have a really good shuttle operator that can run as many shuttles as they need. So we'll see how that ramps up, but there is still a lot to be done with like marketing and a communication plan and how do we get all this out to people for a go date of July 30th. So the commissioners really wanted quick action. And so we're doing our best to come up with a solid plan that will run through the summer and then obviously have to be tweaked. I
So
think.
it's not going to be permitted parking, but there'd be a finite amount of parking available and no parking on the streets.
So, right, so it is, I guess it is permitting. I wouldn't necessarily call it that. That's not a
Paid
term.
parking.
It's paid parking though. So
Okay.
there'd be, what we're planning is two segments of the day. So a morning session and an afternoon session. You would use the reservation system that Interstate already has in place, but they'd have a separate web page specific for the Quandary Trailhead, and then you could reserve your parking in advance. There would be no option to pay on site, which is what we don't want people driving up
Right.
there thinking they're going to be able to pay for a
Turning
spot,
around,
right?
coming back.
You have to reserve your spot in advance, and if there's no spot for you, then take this wonderful shuttle that will not cost you
cheaper than
anything or
parking.
will be very low cost.
And they're working with the 14 initiatives and all that stuff.
Yeah, so part of what will happen tomorrow is the start of a marketing and communication plan, and the Colorado 14ers group amongst a variety of other folks would be included. The other part that needs to be, a couple of reasons that parking on the county road and on the highway needs to be part of this plan. One is because there's easily accessible free parking up there. No one's going to pay to park in the lot, and then we're just going to clog up the streets. You may have seen the social media post over the weekend that Red, White, and Blue put out of them trying to get one of their wildland fire trucks up. I don't know which road it was up there, but one of the dirt roads up there, and they could barely make it through because cars were parked on both sides of the road. And so it is a public safety issue to have that many cars parked on the road. One of the things I wanted that, well, actually Elizabeth asked me to ask you tonight, their original plan, the sheriff's plan, is to sign the county roads, no parking, period. And CDOT is going to sign Highway 9, no parking, and allow the sheriff's office to enforce that. There was some concern today about access to McCullough Gulch, in that the parking area is about 1.5 miles down from the gate to get to the trail. And so there is a feeling that that is drastic. By not allowing parking on the county road, you're going to drastically impact the public's ability to access public lands. And so one of the fellows who was there, who had been with the U.S. Forest Service for a long time and is also a local Blue River resident, made the suggestion to have no parking for about 0.5 mile up from the Quandary Trailhead, and then allow parking on one side of the road.
Yeah.
I think the sheriff isn't necessarily in favor of that. It does, you're still going to have people who, they're like, oh, cars are parked here, I'll park here too. And they, park all cattywampus and whatnot. It'll increase enforcement need, but it might be a sort of less aggressive step to see if we can, they can make that work. And so Elizabeth felt like getting your feedback on how they move forward with that would be important.
I think we could try it, I mean, it's still, this is, first of all, thank you. This is amazing. Like, it's great. It's just, yeah, nice work. This is, it seemed like such a big problem, and that, Shannon, you and your team, just amazing work. But I think starting out and seeing how it goes makes sense. I mean, it's all more than, 10 times more than what we're doing right now. So I think we see how it goes.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
If
I
it's
like
not
it.
enforceable and it becomes a public safety thing,
Yeah.
then we just do no parking.
Great start.
There are lots
Are
of
we
places.
parking for the shuttle?
Yeah, so we offered at least to start that parking at the ice rink would probably be the best place for the shuttle to do pickup. And I think we'll have to evaluate it to see how that works out and what the impacts are. And if, in the end, if that does make the most sense.
Free or is it a fee?
I think we've suggested a low cost,
Yeah.
really low cost,
$1 per
like $1 per person to help the county recoup some of the cost. But I don't think they've decided on that for sure yet.
Well, and there's a 50-50 share with Interstate, so that 50% will help cover those shuttle costs too.
Any idea on hours? When will it start? When will it end?
5
Oh,
a.m.
4 or 5 in the morning till, what did we say? 4 or 6 in the evening. And with a cutoff time for bringing people up. So
I said I
going-
could do it in 3 hours.
I think she just rolled her eyes.
The trailhead. That's a great start. too.
that cutoff for bringing people up there is important so that we're not encouraging folks to be dangerous. Yeah. Which is just great. Yes. That's
and
very
balance.
cool.
Yeah.
I'm happy for the residents up there.
Yeah, no kidding.
They're right. Great, thank you very much, and we'll keep you updated as this progresses.
All right, anything else?
Go eat. If you want to come back early and do some reports, we can.
Close
we-
the,
will
close the
we-
work session in the conference room.
Oh, man, government is tiring. Well, yeah, we did the water. I had a
Call to order the town council regular meeting for the 13th of July,
Nicely done.
21. It is 7 PM. Roll call, please.
Ms. Sade. Here. Mr. Carlton.
Here.
Mr. Bergeron.
Here.
Mrs. Owens.
Here.
Here.
Ms. Giello. Mayor Mamula.
Here. Minutes for the 22nd, 2021. Anybody have anything to add? Changes?
Looked pretty good to me.
You sounded really smart too, Jeffrey.
Did. I'm surprised.
Yeah. All right, minute stand is presented. Approval of the agenda, Rick?
No changes.
All right, agenda stands as presented. Communications to council. We have citizens' comments, your non-agenda items only with 3-minute time limit. Please, anybody in the audience wish to make a comment this evening? Did we receive any emails?
I think everyone in the audience is on the clock.
Yeah, everybody's working for somebody out there.
Mm.
With that, citizen comment is closed. BTO update. Hello, Lucy.
How are you? Good evening, everyone. Am I on? I'm on. I guess I'll just start. Were there any kind of follow-up questions or comments relative to the October thing? I would just to follow up on that. I would say, something for your pocket when we all know we're going to get a lot of pushback on the decision because it's so dramatically different, but a good number for you to have aside from the 20 vendors versus 70 is a normal Oktoberfest takes us over 600 people, volunteers, and the paid staff that we bring in. And this version is going to have us under 200. And Liberty, the company that would be doing a lot of our security, has told us that they couldn't cover the whole big Main Street. So that was kind of the final decision point there.
Why can't, because Liberty's
They
understaffed.
can't, everybody's understaffed.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And we just don't, it's just not responsible to take a chance and not deliver that thing the way it needs to be delivered. So hopefully that will help in these conversations. But to touch on occupancy real quickly, for June, we ended up at 38% versus 40% in 2019. So really pretty comparable to before. The 25% that I threw out earlier when you were asking Eric, that's for the summer season as a whole. So, and that's running similar to where we were this time in 2019. So, we're tracking fairly normally. You think about it that way. So the busyness on the streets and the traffic and everything like that, we're seeing, we're still working out some reports. We have this mobile phone tracking that we use now. It's called C-Source is the company. And we're seeing upwards, when we look at the totals of visitors that they track, in-state and out-of-state are both down in total visits pretty significantly to 2019. But when we look at the, it's a little bit wonky. When we look at the people that come in for like a day and leave, it's like almost 60% of what we saw in June. So that is, it's us. It's people, well, it's not us. It's people who are coming up for the day, but it's also people who are staying elsewhere in Summit County or Eagle County or something and coming over for dinner or for an event or something like that. So the traffic, the crowding is no question, it's real, but it's not directly correlated to what we're seeing in lodging occupancy. So we're doing a lot of work with this company, slicing and dicing differently so that we can track and really understand it better, because this is real. This is like the phone in your pocket that's following you around, so we can really figure out who's where and where they're staying and things like that. So we're
Do
working
you have a
on that.
handle on the whole STR piece, since we're seeing have seen such an increase since 2019 in the number of STRs? Do you have a handle on how that's affecting our lodging numbers?
Well, it's a big part of the like when we quote room nights, because we're always quoting, well, except for today, quoting room nights as well as occupancy, because a flat occupancy can actually mean more people lodged because there's more units. And I think a lot of that's BGV, the timeshares at Peak 8 that weren't there 3 years ago. And then the STRs as well. Yeah, but it all, the hard part for us is so many property management companies use the RBO channel for their units. So it's not just picking up, the private homes or, your private condo that you're choosing to rent that way, but it's our normal rental pool is also in that mix. So that clouds the analysis quite a bit. So, and we may want to, one of these weeks, one of these meetings, perhaps, Brett could come in during a work session when we have this all worked out with CSource and kind of show you the tools we have to work with, because it's pretty robust information, some of the best stuff we've had, better than Arrival List, for sure. So that's all the demos for right now. We have started a Better Breckenridge group, kind of an extension of the Resiliency Committee. I don't know that we would intend to run it for a very long time, but we just wanted to get a jump on what kinds of things can we do immediately to help with the destination management situation. So everything from maps with the bathrooms on it to, we've put out a local campaign to help people, I think that the headline is kindness moves mountains. So it's all about be patient, be kind, all those kinds of things. And we're weaving in our Be Like Breckenridge and stewardship messages into that locally for when people are here. And we're starting to put that out in the marketplace as well. So if you see something, you generally don't see our in-market stuff, but an example of that would be like the headline in one of our digital ads would be something like, we're a protect our playground kind of town, or we're an everyone's welcome here kind of town. So it's still inspirational. There's still the cool picture of Breckenridge that's inspiration, but it's also a message about, responsible visitation. So that is just started this summer, and it's consistent with what virtually every good destination in the world is doing. So this is a universal kind of messaging. So we're hoping that collectively this will just, improve, we want to improve the kind of I'm choosing my words carefully, improve the kind of visitation we have and help people understand, how it is in the community, invite them to come in and, treat the community and each other the way we do. So that's all in place. And then we are actually having this conversation, 2 more presentations this week. Tomorrow I'll be talking to the Denver Association of Business Economists. There is such a group. And talking about this very subject and what we did during COVID. And then tomorrow, same conversation with Visit Tahoe, who's a little bit behind us in terms of the management thing. And so we're going to help them hopefully cross that line. So that's kind of the big picture stuff for us. Questions, comments?
Lucy, I missed it. The numbers between lodging numbers between 2021 and 2019. Is it like just a few?
They're pretty close. So June, for the month of June, the occupancy for this year right now is 38% versus it was 40 in 2019, and I'm rounding. July 4th was comparable. You could say that July 4th, maybe we were a little softer because the 4th was on a Sunday. 19, it was on a Thursday. We should have been higher on a Sunday and we weren't. So
in anecdotally, it just seems like 21 is busier than 19 because you're saying this day visitors and whatnot. Do we have any way to quantify that, like number? How do we know how many? I guess the traffic numbers maybe, huh?
Well, this CSource. And so looking at what they've tracked, just as an example for June, and we're still doing work on this, but in 2019, according to CSource, we were at 98,000 in-state visitors for the month. And in 2021, they're saying 54,000, and the out-of-state numbers dropped, similarly. So the extra crowding we're seeing, we think, is this in and out of Breckenridge.
Okay, that's what you said.
And we're doing work on that, Jeffrey. I wouldn't say we're saying it looks like that given what we have now, but we're really trying to drill into that and confirm that a little better.
I mean, there again, anecdotally, I've seen a lot of Texas license plates and a lot of, so that it just seems like 21 is way busier than I recall.
I think it is.
19.
We agree. We're just trying to understand what is the cause of that busyness.
And where they're
Be-
from, and yeah.
Because, I mean, some of it is probably a little bit more in room nights, not a lot more, but there's a lot more just traffic in and out.
Or it could be my tolerance level is less now.
No, there's more people, Jeffrey.
Okay, good. Okay.
Anybody else? Lucy, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we move on to continued business. We have a second reading of Council Bill number 16, Series 2021. It's an ordinance amending section 9-1-5 of the Breckenridge Town Code, known as the Town of Breckenridge Development Code, concerning the measurement of building height in floodplain areas and land use districts 31 and 43. Mark.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The amendment here to the code that's in front of you will amend the definition of building height and will address building height in certain floodplain locations in land use districts 43 and 31. Those coincide generally with the McKean and the Block 11 areas of the town. And it will change the way we measure so that the building height measurement so that it is from the finished grade or the proposed grade as because it has to be risen out of the floodplain in order to be built. So right now, there's some decrease in overall height that results from having to bring in fill, and then you can only go so tall above that. So anyway, I'd be glad to answer any questions about that if you have any.
Questions? No, anyone in the public wish to comment on this second reading? No, public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
On second reading, I move we pass Council Bill number 16, Series 2021, the title which has been read into the record.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion by council? Roll call, please. Helen?
Mr. Carlton,
Yes.
Ms. Owens. Yes. Mr. Coon,
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron, Ms. Giello,
Yes.
Ms. Sade.
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. Right. We have a second reading of Council Bill number 17, Series 2021. This is an ordinance concerning a for rent workforce housing project and in connection therewith authorizing the project, the leasing of certain town property, and the execution and delivery of a site lease, a lease purchase agreement, and other documents.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the second reading of an ordinance that would authorize the issuance of certificates of participation for the purpose of paying for the Block 11 Affordable Housing Project. Under the town charter, an action to issue municipal debt, which includes the issuance of certificates of participation in this instance, is required to be approved by ordinance. This ordinance, if approved, would authorize the town to issue the COPs not to exceed a principal amount of 10 million or a maximum interest rate of 3% per annum. The ordinance makes reference to other documents related that are part of the financing package, the trust indenture, a site lease, and a lease purchase agreement. All of those documents are available to read through the office of the town clerk. Under the structure of this financing, the town would own the land initially, lease the property back to a trustee, which is UMB, a national bank in this case, who leases the property back to the town. The town pays rent to the trustee in an amount sufficient to pay back the certificates of participation, which in this case is funding the construction of the affordable housing project. At the end of this term, once the agreed upon amounts are paid back in full, the lease will be canceled and the town will retain ownership of the project. It's a very common method of financing construction projects by municipalities, and it does not require an election. However, it does require collateral, which in this case is the apartment buildings themselves, and there are no changes since first reading.
You, Leslie. Any questions?
It's a mouthful.
Anyone in the public wish to comment on this second reading? The public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
On second reading, I move we pass Council Bill number 17, Series 2021, the title which has been read into the record.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Good
Roll call,
second.
please.
Yes.
Ms. Owens,
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron,
Yes.
Ms. Sade. Yes. Ms. Giello, Mr. Carlton,
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
We have the first reading of Council Bill number 18, Series 2021. This is an ordinance amending Chapter 1, Title 8, Breckenridge Town Code concerning the building codes of the town of Breckenridge by adopting by reference the National Electrical Code 2020 edition. Mark?
Mayor and Council, we routinely update our building codes They're usually on 3-year cycles. And this one is in particular the National Electric Code, which the newest version is 2020. We're currently on the 2017 edition. So this would update it to the 2020 edition, which we're required to do. And Dennis Schultz, our building inspector 3, was here this afternoon to share with you some of the highlights of those changes. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions for staff? No, anyone in the public wish to comment on this first reading tonight? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
It's not shocking that I move we pass Council Bill number 18 on first reading, series 2021, the title which has been read into the record.
Second.
Second, any further discussion? No? Roll call.
Mr.
Please.
Coon,
Yes.
Sade. Ms. Owens,
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron, Ms. Giello, Mr. Carlton,
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. I just noticed these are mislabeled. There's a 2 missing.
Yeah, that was my mistake. Sorry.
Oh, I didn't mean to call it out. I just can't believe I didn't notice it before. We have the first reading of Council Bill number 19, series 2021. This is an ordinance amending section 4-1-8-1 of the Breckenridge Town Code concerning unreasonable noise emanating from an accommodation unit.
Mayor and council, you have before you a revision to our Bolt ordinance, specifically the special conditions of license for accommodation units that would change the qualifications for something that rises to the level of a noise violation. As it's currently written, a licensee holding a short-term rental license would be in violation of the code if a person in the unit created unreasonable noise that was audible on another property they weren't had no right to occupy. That portion of the code is tied to our town disorderly conduct code as well as our existing noise ordinance. And in the memo that was included with the ordinance revision, I noted that there are several issues we've experienced with the way the code is currently written. One being that a particular person would need to be identified as being a violator, and oftentimes you have multiple people that are creating the noise, and so that would be very difficult. The disorderly conduct code requires that the noise be audible from 100 feet away. And as you can imagine, we have many properties where they're much closer than 100 feet. And so that was very difficult, and we found that out with a particular complaint. And then the noise ordinance also requires decibel readings, which can be difficult to get in the moment that a complainant is experiencing the noise issue. So the way we've changed the code is to remove those provisions and simply prohibit unreasonable noise from an accommodation unit, being the unit and or the property that it sits upon. And the hearing officer, if there's a violation, would determine whether or not the noise was unreasonable, and that would be based on the time of day, the location of the noise in relation to the complainant, and other relevant factors. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Shannon. Questions? No? Anyone in the audience wish to comment on this? I saw that you moved. I thought maybe you had a comment.
I have a quick question. Chief, are you cool with this, putting your offices in that, making that call? Yeah, all right.
All right. Their motion.
On first reading, notice I'm talking loud.
I notice.
On first reading, I move we pass Council Bill number 19, series 2021, title which has been read into the record.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? No, roll call.
Ms. Giello,
Yes.
Mr. Carlton,
Yes.
Mr. Coon,
Yes.
Ms. Owens, Ms. Sade,
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. We have first reading of Council Bill number 20, series
Girl as young
2021.
as you shouldn't be asleep at this hour.
Development agreement for a bonus room in the Wellington neighborhood.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. Before you tonight is a first reading for a development agreement that is for the property owners at 63 Bridge Street in the Wellington neighborhood. They're proposing to construct a bonus room above an existing two-car garage. They are asking for the waiver of policy 2A, which is land use. Policy BR, which is density, as they are 179 square feet above density with this proposal, and this would waive the negative points under that policy. Policy 4R, which is mass, and they are 343 square feet above mass on this application and waive the negative points. And asking the town to transfer 0.18 SFEs to the property, which is equal to $17,828, just to correct the memo in the packet. This would also, they're also asking to allow for a capital improvement modification. Currently, we allow for a 10% capital improvement above the initial sales price. This would allow for up to $50,000 or 50% of the bonus room construction costs to be added to the price at sale. And they are also requesting that the town waive the development agreement, development permit, building permit, and water tap fees. In exchange for the development agreement, the applicant would enter into a restrictive covenant and agreement requiring the bonus room to be rented and occupied by someone working within the community 30 hours a week or 15 hours a week if over the age of 55. I'm here to take any questions.
Thank you, Julia. Questions? No? You look like you were going to ask some.
I thank Julia for all the explanations earlier in the work session today. That really helped.
And you'll make those minor changes we talked about during work session before the second reading.
We will, yes. Thank
you.
Anyone in the audience wish to comment on this first hearing tonight? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
On first reading, I move we pass Council Bill number 2020, Series 2021, the title which has been read into the record.
There's a motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call.
Yes.
Ms. Owens.
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
Ms. Sade.
Yes.
Ms. Giello.
Yes.
Mr. Carlton.
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. All right, we have two resolutions this evening. The first is resolution number 16, Series 2021. This is a resolution making supplemental and reduced appropriations for the 2021 budget.
Good evening again. This resolution, if adopted, would amend the town's 2021 budget by adding supplemental appropriations to the budget that was adopted by town council in November of 2020. The additional appropriations presented in this resolution are related to the financing, which would be authorized by the COP ordinance presented earlier this evening, as well as the construction expenses of Block 11 apartments. These dollar figures were arrived at in conjunction with the underwriter on the issuance at Stiefel and represent the ceilings set forth in the ordinance to authorize the issuance. The expenditures set forth in the ordinance serve as maximum amounts, which include the full amount of the estimated contingency and the maximum interest rate included in the ordinance.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? No, anyone in the public wish to comment on this resolution? Public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
I move we pass resolution number 16, Series 2021, the title which has been read into the record.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion by council? Roll call, please.
Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
Mr. Carlton.
Yes.
Ms. Sade. Yes. Ms. Giello.
Yes.
Mr. Coon.
Yes.
Ms. Owens. Mayor Mamula.
Yes. We have set a resolution number 17, Series 2021. This is a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the town, Summit County government, the town of Blue River, the state of Colorado Department of Transportation. James.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Town Council. This resolution, if adopted, will approve, just as it's been read in the record, an IGA intergovernmental agreement with the town of Breckenridge, Summit County, the town of Blue River, and the state of Colorado. This will provide each of the agencies, collectively known, the group as the agencies, the coordinated regulation of vehicular access to, in this case, Highway 9, between those mileposts 77.49 and milepost 86.26. This was presented earlier at work session by the town engineer Shannon Smith. I'm here to take any questions if there are any.
Thanks, James. Questions? No? Anyone in the audience wish to comment on this evening? Hearing is closed. Their motion.
Resolution number 17, series 2021, the title which has been read into the record.
Second?
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please, Helen.
Ms. Owens,
Yes.
Mr. Coon,
Yes.
Sade,
Yes.
Yes.
yes, Mr. Carlton.
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. All right, planning commission decisions. Are there any call-ups this evening? This is for the June 22nd, 2021 meeting. Nope, planning commission stand as presented. Anything to add to the report of town manager and staff?
Nothing additional.
All right, move on to the report of the mayor and the council members. We have not had cast for MMC. Open space. What you
No
got?
updates, except for the fact that I did Rec Buzz.
Ooh,
And if you see it, you'll be shocked that I'm breathing. I just.
Sweet.
Anyway. It's a lot. But it was good. Yeah, Rec Buzz, yeah, next meeting is later
Okay.
this month.
I have never, no one invites me for breakfast anymore.
Because you're too good. You make us all look
we're
bad.
afraid you're gonna charge us for it.
Yeah,
Yeah, you are a professional.
We could do a Rec Buzz on like the housing, housing helps and just like specifically to get those programs out.
Yeah.
The word in those.
Great
programs.
idea.
Yeah, that sounds good.
You're on next now.
I'm not, I just did mine and I'm not even on the housing committee.
I think, housing, I think we should have Dick do it.
Should we have Dick and Dennis do it together and hold
No,
hands?
Jeffrey, right?
I think
Oh,
Dick
and
could,
Den- and Jeffrey,
Along with Lori would be a good one.
that'd be great.
I'd say Dick and Laurie, just because I think they need more exposure.
I thought you were just talking about how you wanted to do this.
Well, I'm better with stuff that doesn't require facts.
You need like a mayor pro tem. Rec Buzz.
I need to.
I gotta write that one down.
I need to riff. I don't know if I can really provide detail.
Not a lot of good.
I'll invite
Alrighty.
you to my next Rec Buzz.
Okay,
You
so
can say
that-
whatever you want.
let's work on that for the next one then. Tourism and heritage, Mr. Coon, what do you got? Either of them?
Yes, I do have a few things. So tomorrow we have a board meeting and the big focus on that is planning budget requests for 2022 already. The BHA's virtual reality experience was mentioned last week in the Washington Post article, and it was alongside the Grand Canyon, Petra, which is a UNESCO site, and Hiroshima. Big stuff, really.
Really?
Um,
Be they compared to us, Hiroshima?
just telling you what happened.
Wow.
No, the answer is no. Also, there was a very successful 4th of July parade viewing for essential workers, a good cross-section of grocery store workers, childcare staff, first responders, medical personnel, and post office employees. Their friends and family. And the icing on the cake, a couple of regular fundraiser attendees made donations to support the community-focused 4th of July event. So they had a great time on the lawn of the Barney Ford House.
I know.
Awesome.
That's my update.
Thank you.
Sticking to it.
All right. That was a
Based on
good one.
facts, Jeffrey.
Good one. We don't have a lot of task force meetings. Creative arts.
Ooh, I'll say something about Creative Arts. We had the, is it the air stage?
Air stage.
Okay.
Yeah.
We had the air stage come to Wellington neighborhood and it was amazing. And people were very grateful for just such a normal, wonderful community atmosphere. The music was great. They had a fun kids art project set up and everybody has been raving about it all around the neighborhood.
Very
So
cool.
was it good there now? I thought it was good.
I'd say 200 people.
Wow.
Yeah, I think the lawn, I think it was the right amount. Like, I don't think you would have wanted any more because it would be too crowded, but
Yeah.
it was.
And the music was not over the top. It was just really well done.
It was great.
It was just beautiful. Yeah.
You didn't get invited.
No, I know.
Yeah,
And
they
I
don't
just found that
advertise
out.
it. They don't.
Well, no,
Don't
intentionally.
advertise.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Yes, for the hood.
Because they did one at Blue 52. I haven't
My
heard
neighborhood's
anything
too
about that
small.
one.
We can't,
Yeah.
we can't afford it up in our area.
That
only
Recreate,
three
like,
of us.
I really feel like they knocked it out of the park. Rec Music's
Yes.
concert. It was really well done.
It's great to hear.
And they have many, many more. They're going around, but they won't tell you about it. So
Yeah,
good luck to you.
that's even better. It's like a speakeasy.
Yeah,
Old
it is.
old school.
It is.
And there's
It is.
password.
Yeah. All right, events.
We covered it.
Okay, perfect. That's what I like to hear. Childcare, anything to add?
Nope.
Workforce housing, anything to add?
We need more.
Yeah, we went over that, I think.
And social equity, any of the three of you that are on that?
We have not had a meeting yet, but Monday, 9 a.m. right here, we'll be discussing our mission.
Okay,
And you can do, and actually,
It's
it's,
open to the public
Yeah.
and on Zoom.
Yes.
all right, excellent. Other matters?
Oh, and wait,
Carol.
I did want to, I'm sorry, just because it is related to social equity. Alex, I did see in the Summit Daily that Alexandria Carnes is hosting a talk on
Oh, yeah.
Sunday in Silverthorne about, oh my gosh, critical race,
Oh,
Theory.
critical
Theory.
race theory?
which I thought was really interesting. So that, I mean, if you are
That's been-
interested in,
Yeah, I think it's good to have that. It's been in the
yeah,
news
it's
a
been in
lot.
the news a lot, yeah.
It's become a
Real
dog
buzzword.
whistle
Yeah.
for a lot of people, so, great.
So check out the Summit Daily for more information,
Okay.
because I don't have it all in my head. Sorry, Carol. go
Like,
ahead.
like Jeffrey, I don't like to talk when there's facts involved.
I don't have details per se.
Carol.
Friday, we have a coffee talk. Last month, we had one, and it was just so successful, I feel like, to get FaceTime in front of people. So one thing I've been thinking about is we just had our mountain migration study. We're seeing there's a little bit of a change in our resident population and how this has been an ongoing discussion we've all brought up. How do we engage these people to be part of our community? And I was thinking, what if we have some sort of volunteer day, maybe trail building or something with Public Works at a park that we can have a volunteer event to help out. And of course, everyone's invited, but making a call to new residents that want to learn a little more about town, maybe some younger residents that want to be involved, do some sort of volunteer activity, and then afterwards have a talk. Eric, you and I talked about this, and you mentioned inviting the Summit Foundation. I think that could be just a great way.
like, what type of event?
We don't know. Maybe, maybe, or trash pickup, maybe,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I just was something that's not heavy.
Yeah, no, not,
I mean, that's a commitment. When you trail build,
yeah, no.
you know,
Yeah,
It could be a poop pickup.
we've done that.
I mean, maybe just we do a trash pickup
Yeah,
somewhere, but
that'd
it's
be-
really
that'd be
more
kinda
about
cool.
getting really inviting new residents. This was all Carol. I think this is a fantastic idea. Because one of the things that we've been talking about is we're losing a segment of the local population who were very instrumental in giving money to our nonprofits. And through just natural attrition, honestly, people like Gary Gallagher are moving away. And so we're losing that. And I don't want to get a couple years down the road and all of a sudden the nonprofits are really struggling to fundraise because that's left the building.
Yeah.
There's a lot of new residents that come from places that don't rely on it as heavily as we do. You know, in places like New York City, there's obviously a lot of that. It is so crucial to the fabric of our community that people give of their time and their money. We need to somehow figure out a way to engage these people. Jeannie Bestronen's been, you know, I've talked with her several times about this. I think it'd be great to have, when Carol brought it up, I thought if we could do something and then have her just say what they do and, you know, so.
Yeah, it'll be interesting trying to find them, but yeah, absolutely.
Well, and I think we're careful to not say that we're looking for their money, because that's one
No,
piece of it.
that's just a
We're-
piece.
I mean, you think of all the second homeowners and the new folks in town that have participated so actively in all of our nonprofits. So it's, I
Absolutely.
think as Summit Foundation said, it's their work, their wisdom and their wealth, you know?
But I would imagine that there's a hunger for just information
Yeah.
about the town, you know,
You
like
bet.
knowing town council members and knowing how things work. I know I had a conversation with the person new from town just about BOSAT, like about our open space, you know, and how that all works. And like, we have these like unique facets of our town that I think, yes, of course, we want them to do all that too, but there's also some buy-in too that I think.
Absolutely.
It could be something as simple as a hike with some community information and involvement, like from the Breck Nordic Center, hike to Cucumber Gulch. You give a little talk, Carol gives a talk, the various nonprofits kind of talk all walk, and we have a bilingual type thing, interpreter or something like that, you know, to kind of reach out to that part of it. I just say, I think it's something like that would get more appealing rather than like, you know, like raking stuff, you know, lifting and stuff. So, yeah.
You're afraid of them.
Coming off is very lazy.
You know, Dennis just had a birthday and I don't want him to like pull a groin, you know, like trying to do some trail
I think
work.
that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Just something like that.
I think it's
So,
awesome.
That's
I
a
think
great
it's awesome.
place. to do it, Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great idea, Carol. So who's gonna work on that?
Get it taken care of.
Okay, great.
Question for Scott. Scott, the new Little Mountain Trail, how's that coming? I've heard,
Okay, used to it.
The Little Mountain Trail is coming along really well. We had Rocky Mountain Youth Corps, a bunch of local youths last 2 weeks, youths, last 2 weeks working on that. So they got good progress. And I believe we have another work day coming up this Saturday on that. But design is great. And I know I've had a couple people look at it, like Turk in particular, because he had some questions and he came back and said it's going to be really, really good. So I think it looks really good. We've made progress. And then I mentioned to Eric tonight the Upper Weber Gulch project that was done off of Upper Nightmare down to the existing Weber Gulch Trail. That's done and
Finished.
open. Yeah. So if you want to check that out, you can go up that and down Nightmare or vice versa.
So you get it up on Nightmare.
Just the last switchback,
Hannah's Way or Lower Nightmare?
one switchback below Hannah's Way. Is
Okay,
where
and then
you'll
it cuts
see it
down to
spurs
Weber
off.
Gulch.
Yeah, the post is not in yet, but you'll see the trail
And when will Little Mountain be done?
by the end of the summer, but
Okay,
hopefully
so it
soon.
wouldn't work with what we're talking about. It would,
Pretty exposed. I'm not sure about large groups of people trying to chat. It's probably not the best forum for that. Nor is Cucumber Gulch with a group size limit of 8.
You know, maybe we just do it in French Gulch, do the B&B. Or something, do the stairs.
Yeah.
Your back door,
Mineral
something like that. Point out some stuff.
Here's a trail, but we would like you to not.
But don't use it.
again.
Here's your trail. Please don't stand it.
Let's take them to the troll.
I'm a quandary.
Little Mountain Trail.
Quandary.
is it hiking only?
Yep.
Thank you. Bring them to Quandary. Plenty of parking. Other matters.
Oh, I just wanted to say that the arts around town are just amazing right now. I was gonna bring up that concert too that Kelly talked about, but I also went to the Backstage Theater play. It was hysterical.
good?
Highly, highly recommend. They did an awesome job and they're all local actors. But yeah, go, and it's funny, like if you're not even into theater, it's just really fun.
Cool.
Went to the NRO. They did amazing. I mean, just
It's nice when you don't have a
highly
job.
recommend.
Wow, you
Yeah,
like-
I know. Well, and I have friends that invite me to places, which is nice. But yeah, it's all like highly recommend. Go out to the arts right now. They're just doing an awesome job.
Cool. Other matters? Anybody?
I've got one. The building heights ordinance that has kind of been talked around a few times, and I've had a ton of people come to me, you know, with the
Size?
building size, building size. You know, the latest house on in the Weisshorn, that's you know, it's kind of in your face is what I'm hearing over and over, and wondering if there's any appetite to look at that, and maybe we limit it to lots that do not have a building envelope.
Well, and we already have that. I think the easiest thing would be to bring back the home size restriction that we worked on and see if we can bring that size.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about some more.
Can you send that bit of the code to all the councils so they can read through it? That'd be great. That'd be awesome. Thank you. All right.
Great.
Anyone else? I have one. I met with the Coopers this morning. Marcia and Carrie are leaving. They're moving. They're moving down to 55 plus place in Arizona. They're super excited. They sold their house. And she had a sculpture garden up at her house that she's slowly been getting rid of. She would like to give this statue, it's called Bird Lady, I think it's pretty cool, by this guy Philip Glasshoff, to the town. And she would like it to go out at the rec center in that little bit of dirt in front of the pull-in. I called Tamara today. I always have to figure out which pronunciation she is. I called Tamara today and talked to her. There are a couple other art pieces that are sort of backed up. She's gonna reach out and find out what the timing is and if the town would need to store it and whatever. I mean, they want to donate it, so this is not like they're asking for money. But since I met with her, she reached out to me. I wanted to bring it to you to make sure that this was something that everybody was interested. You know, that the Coopers have been I mean, they're the kind of people that we're losing, right? They have been, they've done everything. I mean, Carrie was on the BTO for a long time. Marcia really was the impetus for a lot of the arts we have in the community. They've been wonderful stewards of the community and, you know, wonderful community members. So we're gonna really miss them. And it's gonna, you know, it'd be nice to have a little something for them. So anyway.
I love it. I also just want to note that we have a shortage of sculptures around women in town, and this would
a woman.
add to it,
It's a woman.
which I think is awesome.
There you go.
Yeah, but she looks kind of mental.
Jeffrey.
I mean, look, she got these wild hairs and this anorexic arms.
I'm just gonna say this is 7. I think I win.
I think you win too. Okay. Anything else tonight, gang? We have a bunch of stuff coming up.
Coffee talk.
We got coffee talk.
Where is that?
It's up at Sevens
That's right.
on Friday. Take the gondola. It's at 9 o'clock.
Can you park in the lot, in the gondola lot for free?
I just
Is
parked.
that a yes, Peyton?
No,
Until 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I
Okay.
saw your email. listing that.
All right. And then Gold Fest also Friday, if anybody's going to that. And then next week, the Housing Action Initiative, which honestly, if everybody could go to that, that'd be great.
It's on Wednesday.
What was it?
On Wednesday,
housing-
Housing Action
yes.
Initiative, Wednesday, 8 AM to 2 PM.
Beaver Run?
Beaver Run, right? All right. Thanks, everyone.
We'll have coffee.
We're adjourned.
Aggressive.